So now the first step is to create a fresh new React Native project. So let's go to that. So currently I've just opened up my VS Code and then I've just opened up my terminal. So first of all, I'm going to go into my build folder where all of my projects are present, and over here I'm going to paste in the code that is npx at React Native community /CLI init and my app, that's the name of the project, and hyphen version. I'm just specifying the version that's going to be 0.76.0. So here you can give in your project name. Let's say in my case I'm just going to pass in budget manager, and over here I'm just going to press on enter. So this should install the project with the version of 0.76 for React Native. I'm just going to press on enter over here. So as you can see, it is initializing our project. It is downloading the template and it says welcome to React Native 0.6 or 0.76 because we have specified that particular correct version while initializing the project. So let's wait for a couple of minutes to initialize this process so that we should be able to see our new project being initialized. Alright, so here it's asking, do you want to install Cocoa Pods now? So by default I'm just going to press on enter. So by default it would be set to a no value. I'm just going to press on enter over here. Alright, so there you go, it has created our project for us. Alright, and these are the steps they've given for Android and these are the steps they've given for iOS. Okay, so for Android you just need to go into the project directory, that is wherever it is present. In my case this is this link, and we just need to run npx react native run Android for Android. And the steps for iOS are, again we need to go into the project directory. First we need to install your Cocoa Pods. So for that we need to do a bundle install inside of your iOS folder, and then we need to do bundle exec pod install again over here inside your iOS folder. After these steps are completed, you need to run this command, that is npx react native run iOS. So for Android, just you can run it after going into the project directory, that is npx react native run Android. For iOS, these are the required steps. So since I am in the iOS part, I'm going to follow these steps. So let's do that. I'm going to press on file and then open folder. I'm going to go into my build folder and then select the first one, that is a budget manager. Okay, so here I'm just going to remove the TSX as of now. I'm just going to rename it to be JS, and let's clean up all of these code. This one, this one as well, and yeah, even this. Yeah, so let's try to save the file, and you can even clear out this file as well, that is tsconfig.json. So now the first step is to run the app. So for iOS, let's start following the steps. So we need to head over to our iOS directory. So make sure you are into the correct project directory, that is budget manager, that is the root level. And here I'm going to say cd iOS, and here I'm going to execute bundle install, enter. So as you can see, it's fetching all of the required dependencies. So let's wait for this to complete. Yeah, so this part is done. So here I'm going to say bundle exec pod install, enter. So let's wait for this step to complete. It's going to take in a couple of minutes. So once this is done, we're going to do a pod install once, and then we're going to run the command to start off our application. So it's finally generating our pods project. So I think it's almost done. Yeah, so there you go, this step is completed. So here I'm just going to run a pod install in the same directory, and once this is done, we're going to run the command for starting off our application. So yeah, even this is completed. Let's open up a new terminal, and here I'm going to say npx react native run iOS. So this step should almost take about 5 minutes to install this particular budget manager onto my iOS simulator, and once it's installed, it's going to open up automatically, and by default whatever is there inside of your return block, that is starting from here to here, it is going to be displayed onto the screen, that is this particular output. So let's press on enter. Okay, it says it's already running, so I'm just going to clear off the previous one. So quit terminal. I'm going to do Control C, again run the same command. So as you can see, it is opening up the launch package commander. Here I'm going to press on I, and we have several options, that is to open on I, that is iOS simulator, Android emulator, reload the app, open dev menu, and then open dev tools. In my case, I'm just going to press on I to open it up on the iOS simulator. So I'm just going to give it about 5 minutes or 5 to 10 minutes, okay, to install the application onto the simulator. And once the app loads, we should be able to see the design in the return block. So let's wait for that. So there you go, we are able to see the app onto the simulator. So as I said, whatever is there inside of the return block, we're able to see that onto the screen. And if I remove anything over here, even that is going to get removed. So I've removed something, save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, this is going to get removed, that is edit.app.tx. Let me just remove that. So as you can see, that section got removed. Okay, so that's how it's going to work. So let's save the file. So initially, let's check out the design, that is basically this one. So here I've just captured the screenshots of a couple of screens. That is basically almost all the screens in our application. That is whatever you're going to build. I'll be sending this particular PDF in the description. You can take a look at it, and then you can look into the design as well. So this is your initial start screen where all of the expenses are going to show. And apart from that, we have your calendar screen. So for each day, we're going to track the expenses, and if at all we have any expense added for that particular day, then we're going to show that over here for that particular day. Okay, apart from your expenses, we're going to have the summary. This is basically going to be your design part itself, and below that we're going to have the stats. So stats is going to be divided into two things, that is your income part as well as your expenses part. Okay, so next is your stats too. So this is your design for the expense. So this is going to be shown based on a particular month. Okay, and apart from that, we're going to have the overall expense for that particular month and overall income as well for that particular month. And apart from that, we're going to have the profile. This is just for the design part, and this is going to be your accounts. That is how much remaining amount is present in your cash, is present in your bank accounts, and is present in your card. And at the top, you're going to show your assets, liabilities, as well as your total amount remaining. So yeah, this is going to be a simple project, and it's going to be completely for beginners as well. So you can go ahead and then you can build up this project along with me. So let's get started. So initially, let's initialize our navigation part. Since you can see we have 4 tabs over here, let's start designing that. So for that, we need to head over to navigation, that is your React navigation, and then install the required dependencies. So I'm going to say React navigation. Let's press on the first link over here, and I'm going to press on read docs, and let's first of all install React navigation / native. Let's come back to the terminal, and here I'm going to paste it over here. And yes, apart from that, we need to install the next part, that is React Native screens as well as React Native safe area context. If at all you're using Expo Manage project, you need to make use of this particular code. So since we are on React Native, we're gonna initialize this. I think we do have an issue. Let's see if at all it got installed. React navigation native. Oh nope, it didn't get installed. Okay, let's do that one more time, and let's install this as well. Let's see if this gets installed, that is safe area context and then React Native screens. Yeah, if it is not working with yarn, we can try with npm once. So copy this. Yeah, so this is actually still running. Alright, so there you go. We are able to see those two things being installed, but not sure why we are not able to install the first one. Let's install this with the help of npm itself. Paste that over here. Let's give this a try. So hopefully it does install, and then we should be able to see it over here in the dependencies object. Yeah, so there you go, even that got installed. We're able to see that over here. Apart from that, let's move on to the next step, that is let's go on to hello React navigation. Here we need to install your native stack. Copy that piece of code, and I'm going to paste it over here. And the final thing we need to install is your I think bottom tabs. So let's search for React Native bottom tabs, and then the first link. Let's install this one, that is React navigation / bottom tabs. So yeah, this is still installing. Yeah, it's completed. let's press on this, let's enter that and then enter. Yeah, so even this got installed. So let's first of all, come back to the file tree, initialize some screens, some components, as well as the navigation folder. I'm going to press on app.js so that I'm at the root level. I'm going to press on new folder over here. One is for my screens. Again, app.js, a new folder. One is for my components and one is for my navigation. So let's create our navigation file, that is stack navigator.js. Here I'm going to say stack navigator.js. Initially rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. So to get all of the shorthand code snippets, you need to have installed ES7 inside your systems. So let's check out the extensions tab. You can install it over here itself, and make sure you install this one, that is ES7 React Redux and then React Native snippets. And apart from that, you can install IntelliCode as well as Prettier, that is for your code formatting. And you can also try to install Tailwind CSS if you're using that, and even tab 9 for your AI suggestions. Yeah, I think pretty much that's it. Okay, so let's come back over here and let's start initializing the code for your stack navigator. So before that, let's initialize our screens, that is for all of your 4 tabs. So we're going to have your home tab, your likes tab, your chat tab, as well as your profile tab. Okay, so initially screens, I'm going to say new screen over here, home screen.js, rnfes, save. And apart from home screen, we're going to have the stats screen.js, again rnfes, save the file. Apart from stats screen, we're going to have the next one, that is your account screen. So I'm going to say account screen.js, rnfes, save. Apart from your account screen, we're going to have the next part, that is your profile screen. So profile screen.js, again rnfes, and then save. So yes, we have defined all of the 4 screens for designing your tabs. So let's head back to our stack navigator and then let's start designing the stack navigator. So initially at the top, I'm going to initialize my 2 things, that is your tab as well as your stack. So I'm going to say const stack is going to be equals to your create native stack navigator. So I think we need to import this. So you could actually check this out for the import statement. That is this one. I think that is navigation. Yeah, we need to import stack navigator. So yeah, we could paste it over here. So this is going to be create native stack navigator. And similarly for the tab as well. So const tab is going to be equals to create bottom tab navigator. So even this also we need to import it. For some reason I'm not getting the auto import. So let's import it over here. Let's try to save the file. So let's actually try to do a pod install since we have installed few dependencies. Okay, and hopefully after that we should be getting the correct imports. So I'm going to go into my iOS folder and here I'm just going to say pod install and then enter. So there you go, it's installing the React Native screens as well as your React Native safe area context. So let's wait for this to complete. Yeah, so this is done. I'm just going to try to reload my app. I'm just going to press on I over here. Yeah, so let's continue designing this. So here I'm going to initialize my bottom tabs. So for that I'm going to say function bottom tabs is going to be equals to a normal function. Here we're going to say return tab.navigator. So within the tab.navigator, we're going to have all of our tab.screens. Okay, so let's initialize our first screen. So it's going to be tab.screen over here. This in turn is going to have the name of the screen. So I'm going to say name, it's going to be home. This in turn is going to take in the component to be rendered, that is if all this tab is pressed on. So I'm going to say component, it's going to be home screen, import home screen from the screens folder as such, and we're going to provide some options for each of the tabs. So the first one is going to be header shown. We do not want to show the header over here, so I'm going to say header shown is going to be false. Let's format once. Apart from header shown, we're going to have your tab bar icon to be shown. So this in turn is going to take in a value that is focused or not. So I'm going to say focused. So I think I forgot to do one more step, that is to initialize our icons part, that is React Native vector icons. So let's do that. Okay, so let's head over to our Chrome, and then here I'm going to say React Native vector icons. There is a GitHub version. I'm going to press on the first link. So from the previous project, I think we are following a new method to install the icons, that is the upgraded method, or else you can even follow the previous method as well, that is also given over here. So this is the one to follow if you are following the migrated one, that is you need to follow, or that is you need to install this first, and then you need to install specific icon families, and then you can press on each of the icon families, and based on whatever icons you want, you can search and then you can use that. And if you really want to use the previous one, I think it is somewhere over here itself, or it might be at the top as well. Yeah, it should be somewhere over here. I had shown that previously in the previous project. Okay, so this is for each of the frameworks, that is either Expo, React Native, or the web. Yeah, it should be somewhere over here. You can follow the previous one, but as of now, I'm going to follow the migrated version. So first step is you need to install this one, that is React Native Common, as well as whatever icon families you need to install. So let's press on this. Let's copy that down, and let's come back over here. And here I'm just going to say yarn add React Native vector icons / common. Yeah, so this is installed. So after this, I'm going to install a bunch of dependencies, that is for each icon family. Okay, so I'm just going to paste the code for that. So it's going to be yarn add React Native vector icons. It's going to be / your different icon family. So you can take a look at this and then you can install it. I'm going to press on enter. Yeah, so while this is installing, let's look into the remaining steps. Let's scroll down and let's check out the guide for React Native. Yeah, so we have installed that. That is the dependencies. The next step is we need to add this particular list of icons into the info.p list. Okay, so I'm just going to get the code for that, and then I'm going to paste it into my iOS directory. So as you can see, everything is installed. Let's come back to the iOS directory and go into your budget manager, info.p list, and just below your fullstack, I'm going to paste in a bunch of icons to be included. Okay, so passing your key, that is your UI app fonts, and then you can pass in all of your string values, that is with the icon names. So the same thing is given over here as well, that is if you would just open up the drop down, as you can see, whatever you install, you can pass that over here. Let's try to save the file. Let's try to remove this as of now. Save. Now we need to do a pod install, since we have installed few dependencies that is related to your vector icons. So for that, let's come back over here. I'm going to do a pod install. I think it's a wrong spelling. Pod install. Enter. So this should install your React Native vector icons. As you can see, it is installing that. So once it's done, we could continue designing the tab bar for the icons part. So paste it over here. So tab bar icon, it's going to take in a prop known as focused. If it is focused, we're going to show some icon, else we're going to show some other icon. So in this case, we're going to show your iron icons over here. I'm going to say iron icons. Same thing over here as well. So this, it's going to have your this icon. I don't know the name of that. So here the name is going to be shuffle outline. Yeah, that's the icon. So I'm going to say shuffle outline. It's going to have a size of 30, and we're going to pass in a color of this color code, that is E 97 and then 451. So the same thing over here as well. That is in the else condition, if it is not focused, we're going to have a different color code, that is A0 A0 A0. Yeah, so this is for your tab bar icon. Let's format once. So below your tab bar icon, the next step is to design the next part, that is your next screen. So before that, let's pass on the style to the tab navigator. For that, we need to initialize our screen options over here. So I'm going to say screen options. This in turn is going to take in a function. Here we're just going to say tab bar show label is going to be false, and we're going to say tab bar style so this in turn is going to be an object with a height of 90. Okay, so just copy this down and paste it a couple of times, that is 3 more times. Let's save the file. So here I'm going to initialize my second tab, that is going to be your likes. I'm going to say likes over here, not likes, it's going to be stats. So stats, and here this is going to be your stats screen. Yeah, so below that, the next one we're going to have is the accounts. Here I'm going to say accounts, and here I'm going to pass in my account screen. Import your account screen from the screens folder at the top, just like this. And after that, let's scroll down and let's initialize our final tab, that is going to be, let's say, for your profile. And I'm going to say profile over here. This in turn is going to say profile screen. Import that from your screens folder, and we need to make the change for the icons now, starting off from the second one. So this in turn is going to have again your icons, and it's going to be bar chart outline, that is for your second tab, your stats. So here I'm going to say bar chart outline. Same thing goes over here as well, just that the color is different if it is not focused. So further, let's move on to the next one, that is for your accounts. So this in turn is going to have your card outline icon. So I'm going to say card outline, and even over here card outline. And for the profile, we're going to have your person circle outline icon. So person circle outline, the same thing goes over here. So save the file. Okay, so now instead of your return block, as of now I'm just going to initialize my navigation container instead of this. So we need to make sure we import your navigation container from the required dependency. So let's move on to get started previously. I think it's here itself. Yeah, it's there over here. So copy that down, and then we're gonna paste it over here. Yeah, so the navigation container in turn is gonna take in your let's say your main stack. Let's define the main stack as well. So here let's say function main stack. Here I'm going to say return. So this is going to be a stack in itself. So I'm going to say stack dot navigator. Here is going to take in all of your stack dot screens. So I'm going to say stack dot screen. All right. So the first one, I'm going to say name. This is going to be the main screen. So this in turn is going to take in all of your bottom tabs as the component. So I'm going to say component, and I'm directly going to pass your bottom tabs. That is basically whatever we initialized just a while ago, that is this particular one. Okay, so for this as well, we're going to say options header shown as false. So here I'm going to say options header shown and then false. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. Now let's come back to our app.js and then let's try to render our stack navigator over here. Let's try to remove everything, and not sure why we are not able to see anything onto the screen. So let's remove this, and I'm just going to initialize my stack navigator, import that from the navigation file. Let's try to save the file, and if it's not opening up, let's try to cut the terminal once, quit it. Let's come back over here, and I'm just going to say yarn iOS, enter. Let's try to freshly open this up. I'm going to press on I. So let's give it a couple of minutes to open this up onto the application. So as you can see, the app has been loaded and we are getting the error that is the iron icons is not valid. That is, it doesn't exist because we have not imported that correctly. So let's import that at the top of the screen over here. That is, I'm going to say import iron icons from React Native Vector Icons /iron icons. Let's try to save the file. So there you go. Just like that, we're able to see all of the 4 tabs being shown to the screen, and for each tab we are rendering each different screen. That is home screen, start screen, account screen, as well as your profile screen. So now let's start designing your starting part, that is your start screen. So at the top we're going to have some basic design, and we're going to have this month, and we're going to have a back arrow and then a forward arrow. Once you press on the next, we're going to show the next month. Once you press on previous, we're going to show the previous month. Okay, let's start designing that part. So for that, let's head back to our home screen.js, and initially I'm going to initialize my safe area view and make use of that instead of the normal view that's currently present. Save. And for this, I'm going to give some basic styling. So here I'm going to say a flex of 1 and then a background color of this color code, that is F8, F8, F8. Okay, so below this I'm going to initialize my view. This view in turn is going to have your iron icons again. Let's import that from any one of the previous screens. And I think I forgot to add one more thing in the stack navigator. As you can see, we need to provide some styling for the icon, that is your padding top value, since it's almost touching the top part. So I'm just going to do that right now. So for each of the icon over here, I'm going to say style padding top of 3. So just copy that down and then paste it for all of the remaining icons as well. So let's format once everything is done. Save. So as you can see, we're able to see a good space now for the icons part. So here, let's initialize any one of the icon. So this is basically going to be your a search icon, as you can see. So let's initialize that. So it's going to be search outline, I guess. Here I'm going to say search outline. Color is going to be black. Here I'm going to say black, and then let's format once. Save. So there you go, we're able to see that onto the screen, which is good. And the text is going to say money manager. Below that, we're going to have a view. So this in turn is going to have your another icon, or we can just have this icon itself without the view, because we're just going to have a single children over here. So this is going to say filter outline, and then save. So there you go, we have the text, and then we have 2 icons, which is fine, and the size is going to be 23 for each of them. So 23 and 23 over here as well. Alright, let's start styling out our view over here. I'm going to say style. This in turn is going to have a flex of row. So flex direction row, align items of center, and we're going to say justify content of space between, and we're going to provide some margin horizontal value of, let's say, 12, and then background color of white. Format once, and then let's try to save the file. So as you can see, just like that, it's looking cool. We are able to see that design being shown onto the screen. Okay, so below that, we're going to have the next part, that is where we have the month being shown. So for that, we're going to make use of a dependency, that is moment. So let's install that first. So here I'm going to say yarn add moment and then enter. So let's scroll the top and then let's first of all give some, initialize some state for showing the date over here. So I'm just going to scroll the top and then over here I'm going to say const current date comma set current date is going to be equals to use state, and I'm going to initialize it to moment initially. So import use state as well as your moment. Here I'm going to say import moment from moment. Let's try to save the file. Let's come down over here. That is, after this particular view, we're going to continue designing this. So I'm going to say view. So this view in turn is going to have the material design icon. So let's initialize that. So material design icons. This in turn is going to have a name, that is chevron left, and this in turn is going to have the size, which is going to say 23, and we're going to have the color, that is going to be black over here. Let's make sure to import your material design icons from that particular icon family. So this is going to be material design icons, and this also is going to be material design icons. I don't think that is initialized material design. Let's check that out once. Yeah, so material design icons is not installed. Let's install that. So I'm just going to come down to the terminal over here and then I'm going to say yarn add react native icons, react native vector icons / material design icons. So let's install that, and then I'm going to do a pod install over here once, and now we should be able to get that material design icons in the import statement. So yeah, this step is almost done. Let's come back over here. Now let's initialize material design icons. As you can see, we're able to see that onto the screen. Save the file. Let's try to reload once. Okay, not sure why we're not able to see that onto the screen. Let's try to reload from the start. I'm just going to press on I over here. Yeah, so it's installing the updated changes hopefully. So yeah, there you go. Now it's working fine. We're able to see the chevron left icon, and after that we're going to have the text over here. This in turn is going to show the current month we are in. So today is Feb 1, so it should show Feb. So I'm going to say current date dot format of your month and year. So let's try to save the file. So there you go, 2 and then 2025. I think it should show Feb. Okay, I think I missed M over here, so that's the reason it's showing that. So there you go, Feb 2025. That's looking good. And towards the right hand side we're going to have the chevron right icon. So here I'm going to say chevron right and then save. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's start styling out the view. This in turn is going to have a padding top value of 15 and then a margin horizontal as well of 10, a flex direction of row, so flex of row, and then align items of center. Apart from that, I'm going to say justify content of space between and background color of white. Let's format and then save. So there you go, that is looking nice. So apart from that, let's initialize the on press on both of the icons, that is your left icon as well as the right icon. Here I'm going to say on press. This in turn is going to say handle previous, and here I'm going to say on press. This in turn is going to say handle next month. So let's define both of them at the top part. So let's scroll up over here. Here I'm going to say const handle previous month is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here we're just going to set the next month to be shown over here, not the next month, the previous month to be shown. So for that we're just going to say access your set current date, and we're going to say access your previous date, whatever was present, and here initialize a moment. This in turn is going to take in a previous date. We're going to make it the subtract method. I'm going to say subtract. We're going to subtract 1 from this and we're going to target the month. So initially it's February. Now if I press on previous, it should go to January, right? Save. Handle next month doesn't exist. Okay, let's define that as well. So const handle next month is going to be equals to normal arrow function. Similarly, we're going to do the same thing. Set current date of your previous date. This in turn is going to take in your moment. Access your previous date dot add, we're going to say again 1. We're going to say pass in the month over here. That's it. Let's format once. Save the file. So there you go. Now it's working fine. Let's try to press on the next button. It should go to March. So there you go. That's working absolutely fine. Now it's currently in March. If I press on back, it should come back to February again. There you go. It's working fine. If I again press on back, it should go back to January, December 2024. Okay, it's working fine. So as you can see, everything is working absolutely fine. We're able to switch between each of the month by pressing on the next arrow as well as the back arrow as well. Yeah, so this part is done. So now the next step is we need to initialize the design for the daily calendar, monthly summary, and then the description part. So let's do that part over here. So let's scroll down, and below this particular view, I'm going to initialize a view. This in turn is going to have a pressable, import pressable from React Native. This in turn is going to have a text which says daily. I'm going to initialize this a couple of times for the remaining options. So after daily, this is going to say your calendar, and after your calendar, we're going to have the next part being shown, that is monthly, and below monthly, we're going to have the next one that is going to be your summary. All right, and below summary, we're going to have the next one that's going to be your description. Okay, so let's try to save the file. So there you go, that design is looking fine. Let's start initializing their style for the view so it looks better. So target the style. This in turn is going to have a padding top of 15, and then we're going to have a flex of row, align items of center, and we're going to provide some gap of 12. Apart from that, justify content of space between, and then margin horizontal of 10, and then a background color of white. So let's give a format once, and let's initialize a state to check which current option is pressed on. So at the top over here, I'm going to say const option comma set option is going to be equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to, I guess, daily by default. Yeah, it would be pointing to daily. So here I'm going to say daily. So let's come down over here, and for each of the pressable, I'm going to initialize the on press event. Taking a function, and then we're just going to set the state. So I'm going to say set option to be of daily. Just copy this down for each of the pressables and make the change for the string value. This is going to be set option to be of description. This is going to be of summary, and this is going to be monthly, and this is going to be calendar, and this is going to be daily. That's already set. Let's format once, save. So there you go, our design is looking nice. So we are able to see that all the options are designed well. So now let's start looking into the style of the text part. So here I'm going to say style. So for the color, I'm going to write in a condition, that is if my option equals to daily, which is true in the first case, then it's going to be black color. This should be question mark, else colon, it's going to be gray color. Save. Let's format. Let's pass on the same styling to all of the remaining texts, and apart from that, let's also provide some font size 14, font weight of 500. Yeah, so it's looking cool. Let's format once, copy this down for each of the other texts that are present, let's give format once and then let's try to save the file. So there you go. Now let's press on each of the option, and before that we need to make the change for the conditions over here. There should be calendar, not this one over here. So calendar. Apart from that, this is going to be your monthly. This is going to be your summary, and this is going to be your description. Save. So as you can see, by default everything has gone into gray color because currently only daily is selected. Let's press on calendar. Now calendar is selected. Similarly for monthly, summary, and then description. So as you can see, all the buttons are getting selected. So now based on whatever option is selected, we're gonna start showing the design for that. Okay, so now the next step is let's actually create a fresh new MongoDB project, and then after that let's initialize all of our models that we're going to use. So currently we're just going to use, I guess, only one model, that is for your expense. Okay, so each expense is going to have a different kind of information, that is your type, description, day, note, account, your amount for that particular expense, and the timestamp. And after initializing all of these, we're going to create a new screen, that is your create expense screen. That is, once you press on the plus button, we would navigate to the create expense screen. Then over there we need to create our expense. So for that we need to first of all have the backend set up. So for that, now the next step is let's head over to MongoDB and then create a fresh new MongoDB project and then connect that to the front end part. So I'm just going to head over to MongoDB over here, and then I'm going to create a new project. So I'm going to say sign in. Let's sign in with Google. So once you sign in, you would come to this web page. So let's press on the drop down, scroll down, and then I'm going to say new project over here. And here we're going to create a new project. Let's say a money tracker, something like this, and I'm going to press on next. So as you can see, I myself am the project owner over here. I'm just going to say press on create project. So it's creating a project. Let's give it some time. So now the next step is we need to create a cluster. So I'm just going to press on create button over here, and then make sure you choose the free version, that is M0, and apart from that leave everything as default over here, and then I'm going to press on create a deployment. Alright, so now the next step is we need to connect to the cluster. So we need to create a database user for that. So in my case, I'm going to create my user. I'm going to pass in my username and password also, it's going to be the same thing, and I'm going to press on create database user and choose the connection method. I'm going to say the third option, MongoDB for VS Code. Yeah, so as you can see, still our cluster is provisioning. So let's come back over here, create our backend folder, that is the API folder. I'm going to say app.js, new folder, API, and over here let's come into a new terminal. Here I'm going to say cd API, and here let's initialize our npm init. So I'm going to say npm init, enter. Let's press on enter. For the description, I'm going to say let's say backend, and apart from that, for all of the remaining queries, let's press on enter. So if you would check out our API folder, you should have the package.json being created over here. Okay, so to the API folder, we're going to install a few dependencies that are required. So yarn, add body parser. So all of these dependencies are going to be required for the backend part. Okay, we need cors, we need express, then mongoose, then we need node mon, and apart from that, yeah, I think pretty much that's it. Let's press on enter. So as you can see, we have all of the dependencies being installed over here. So now let's initialize the start script. So this in turn is going to be node mon index.js file. So let's save the file. So now let's create our index.js file where all of our backend code is going to go into. So I'm going to say index.js, and let's initialize all of the required things. So let's import the required things initially at the top of the page. I'm going to say const express is going to be equals to require of express, and here it's going to be const body parser is going to be equals to require of body parser, And apart from that, I'm going to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose. And let's initialize our app instance. I'm going to say const app is going to be equals to express. Alright, so here I'm going to say const port is going to be equals to 8000. And I'm going to initialize my course over here. I'm going to say const course is going to be equals to app.use of your course. Or you can just write app.use of course. I think we need to define that as well. So course over here. Let's import it over here itself. That is your course. I'm going to say const course is going to be equals to require of course. Alright, so apart from app.use of course, I'm going to say app.use. I'm going to say body parser dot URL encoded, and initially extended is going to be false. And apart from that, I'm going to say app.use your body parser dot JSON. Alright, so now let's initialize our mongoose.connect method. So we connect the backend project to the frontend project. So here I'm going to say mongoose.connect. So this in turn is going to take in your URI. So let's head back to the backend to get the URI. So it's still provisioning, I guess. Let's press on done once. Yeah, I think it's done. So make sure you copy this down, and let's come back to the VS Code. So that's basically your connection URL. Paste it over here. I think they only have given the correct changes, that is your username and password. So my username and password are same, so you can just leave it as is. And apart from this, I'm going to apply the .then method. I'm going to say then. This in turn is going to take in a function, and for now I'm just going to say console.log connected to MongoDB. So I'm going to say connected to MongoDB. Alright, here I'm going to also do the catch. I'm going to say catch of error. So this in turn is going to give us any error if at all there is any issue while connecting to the backend part. So here I'm going to say error connecting to MongoDB with that particular error message. Okay, that's it. And finally we're going to make use of the listen method, and then we're going to choose a specific port. In my case I've chosen 8000. You can choose your own port as well. Okay, so here I'm going to say app.listen of your port that is chosen, and here taking a function. Here I'm just going to say console.log. Here I'm going to say server running on port 8000. So let's try to save the file. So now let's try to run this. That is a backend folder. Make sure you are into the API folder in the terminal. So here I'm just going to say yarn start and then press on enter. So there you go, server running on port 8000, then connected to MongoDB. So yes, we have connected this particular front-end app to the backend app that is in MongoDB, which is good. So now the next step is let's go ahead and then create our model that we'll be using in the front-end part to create a new expense. So I'm just going to create a new models folder, press on index.js, new folder, models. I'm just going to say expense.js, and here we're going to start writing all of the required information that is for a single expense. Okay, so initialize your mongoose. I'm going to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose, and here I'm going to say const expense schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot your schema. This in turn is going to take in your type, that is your type of expense, whether it is an income, whether it is expense, or whether it is some kind of allowance or something like that. Okay, so here I'm going to say type of string, and here I'm going to say required is going to be true. Apart from type, we're going to have the next one, that's going to be your description for your expense. So this is going to be a type of string, and this is not compulsory to pass in, so that's the reason I'm not going to pass in required as true. Next one is the day, that is for which day you're tracking this expense. So again, in the form of an object, here type is going to be string, and this also required should be true because we need to track the day. Okay, so I'm going to say required is going to be true. Apart from day, we're going to have the next one, that is your note. So I'm going to say type string. So you can even add notes for a particular expense. Required is going to be true. Alright, apart from node, we have the next one, that is your account. That is from which particular account your money is going or money is coming. So here I'm going to say type of string, and your required is going to be true itself again. Alright, and apart from account, you're going to have the next one, that is going to be category. That is based on which category you are spending your money on. Let's say health, fitness, beauty, playing, something like that. Okay, so category, I'm going to say type is going to be of string, and your required is going to be of true. Alright, so apart from your category, the next one we have is the amount. That is for that particular expense, how much it is. So amount, so type is going to be of a number over here, or you can pass it in the form of a string as well, no issues. And required is going to be true. Apart from your amount, the next one we're going to have is the date. So this also in the form of an object. Type is going to be string, and required is going to be true. So if I would scroll up, this is actually the day, not the date. So this would basically give you the week name, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on. This would give you the date, okay, that is with the number. So the final one is going to be timestamp. I'm going to say timestamp. So this is going to be a type of date, and over here I'm going to say default is going to be date.nav. So apart from that, yeah, I think that's it. Here I'm just going to export the required details. So format once. These are the required details. You can go and then look at once more. That is starting from the topmost part. So now let's export the value. So I'm going to say const expense is going to be equals to mongoose.model. This in turn is going to take in your expense, that is over here. And here I'm going to pass in your expense schema. Alright, so here I'm going to say module.exports is going to be equals to expense. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. Alright, so now we have set up the initial part of the backend. That is, we have created a new MongoDB project, and then we have set up our endpoint, not the endpoint, we have set up our model, that is to create an expense. So now let's come back to the home screen and then let's start designing our screen, that is your create expense screen. Okay, so for that we need to have that plus button being shown. So let's design that. Let's come back to our home screen and then let's start designing the plus button. So I'm just going to scroll down, and after my safe area view, first of all let me initialize my fragments over here. So here I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have a pressable, which in turn is going to have your icons. The name is going to be add outline. The size is going to be, let's say, 32, and color is going to be white color. Save the file. Yeah, so currently I don't think we could see it because it's in white color. Let's give the style first to the view. So this in turn is going to have a background color of this color code. So I'm going to say background color is going to be FF75 and then F0. I mean FF7F50, FF7F50, and then width of 46, height of 46 as well. And we're going to give it a border radius of 23. Alright, and then justify content of center. Apart from that, we are also going to give align items of center as well. So align items of center. And furthermore, we're going to say position of absolute. And we're going to say right value is going to be 15. And we're going to say bottom value is going to be 20. Save. So there you go. Just like that, we're able to see the correct button being shown onto the screen, and we're able to see it come towards the right position as well. Let's save the file. So now the next step is, let's first of all initialize our screen, that is the create expense screen. So I'm going to say screens and then new file, create expense.js, rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. Let's include the screen into our main stack, that is over here. Copy that down, Here I'm going to say create, change the component. Here it's going to be create expense. Okay, make sure to import the create expense screen from the screens folder correctly. Let's format once and then let's try to save. Let's come back to our create expense, not the create expense, your home screen. Initialize your navigation first. Here I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, and make sure to import use navigation from React navigation. Not sure why I'm not able to get the auto import. So let's actually import it from Chrome itself. So I'm just going to search for use navigation, the first one. Yeah, this is the code to import. Copy that down and I'm going to paste it over here. Save the file. Let's come down to the button, that is which is going to contain the plus. Let's have the on press given to your pressable. So here I'm just going to say on press, taking a function, and here I'm just going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen. In our case, the name of the screen is going to be create, so I'm going to say create over here. Save, and then let's press on plus. So there you go, we are coming correctly to the create expense. So I think I've not added the design for this. So create expense is going to take in a bunch of 5 or 6 inputs. We have the day, we have the type of expense, we have the category, we have the account, and then we have the node, and then we have the description. And as in when you press on each of the inputs, we're going to show a bottom model kind of design for the user to choose the option. And once when the user chooses the option, we're going to set that option. And once all of the 5 or 6 inputs are filled, and once they press on the save button, we need to save that particular expense into the backend part. Okay, so let's come back over here and then let's start looking into the design of your create expense screen. So initially I'm going to pass in my safe area view, import that, as well as your scroll view. Here I'm going to say safe area view, even over here as well, safe. So as you can see, that is being applied properly fine. So now within the safe area view, initially I'm going to have my scroll view because this is a scrollable screen. So I'm going to say scroll view. So within the scroll view, we're going to have the first part, that is your view, which in turn is going to have a text. Before that, we're going to have the iron icons. I'm going to say iron icons. So this in turn is going to have the name. It's going to be the search outline. Passing your size of 23. Color of this color code, that is 505050. Make sure to import your iron icons. For some reason it's erroring out. Yeah, so that was some other issue. So let's come back to the home screen, import your iron icons correctly, and then come back to the create expense, paste it over here, save. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So apart from that, you're going to have a text which says expense, and below this we're going to have iron icons again. This in turn is going to have a name which is going to say filter outline. Basically this is the same design that we had initially in the home screen itself. That's the same thing. I'm going to write it over here. So 23, color is going to be again similar, that is 50. So I'm going to say over here 505050. Save. Alright, that's looking fine. Let's give the style. This in turn is going to have a flex of row, align items of center, then justify of space between, margin horizontal of 12. Save. So there you go, that is looking cool. So now below that design, we're going to have 3 boxes, that is it should be income, account, or transfer, that is income, expense, or transfer, right? So for that I'm going to initialize my view over here. So this in turn is going to have a pressable, import pressable from React Native as such, passing your text. This in turn is going to have income. So similarly I'm going to paste this a couple of times for the remaining 2 containers. So copy and paste. Apart from income, this is going to say expense, this is going to say transfer. Save. let's initially pass on the style for the outermost view that's going to contain these 3 children. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a flex of row. So flex direction row, align items of center, and apart from that, it's going to have a margin horizontal of 10 and margin vertical of let's say 15, and then justify content of space around. Save. So there you go. That design is looking nice. Let's start designing the pressable, that is for each of the option that's present. So pass on the style. So before that, I'd like to pass on the state, that is initialize the state to check which particular option is currently pressed on, either income or expense or transfer. Here I'm going to say const option comma set option is going to be equals to use state. So initially, let's say it would be pointing to income. All right, let's scroll down and we're going to give the style to the first pressable, that is over here. I'm going to say background color. If my option is equals to let's say income, which is true in this case, then it's going to be white. Else it's going to be F5, F5, F5. Format once, and apart from background color, we're going to have some padding horizontal as well. Padding horizontal of let's say 30, padding vertical of 5, a slight border radius also given, border radius of let's say 6, and then border width of 0.8. Apart from that, border color, this also in the form of a condition. If my option equals to income, which is true in the first case, then question mark, it's going to be this color code, that is 007FFF. Else it's going to be D0, D0, D0. So you can go through the styles once more. Let's save. Use state doesn't exist. All right, import that from React as such. Save. Press on the plus button. So there you go. Since by default your income was selected, we're able to see that onto the screen. And for the safe area view as well, we're going to give the style. It should be in a white color. That's for the entire screen. I'm going to say flex of 1, BG of white. So there you go. That design is looking nice. So let's scroll down and then let's pass on the style over here. That is for the remaining pressable. So I'm going to say style over here. You can actually copy down this one and make the changes. So initially, if my option equals to expense, change the condition over here. It is going to be white color, else it's going to remain as is. Here for the border color, if it is going to be equals to income, change the condition. Since this is an income, we need to pass in an orange color. So I'm going to say orange over here. Save. And finally for the transfer, so here I'm going to check the condition, that is going to be for transfer. This is going to remain as is white and then F5, F5, F5. This is going to change, that is for the border color. Change the condition for transfer string, and the color over here is going to be let's say black for transfer as of now. That's going to be a border color, black. Save. Now for each of the pressable, let's initialize on press event and then set the option once you press on that. Okay, so I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and here let's write that correctly. Here I'm going to say set your option to be of transfer. Save. So here I'm just going to copy this down and then paste it over here. This is going to say set option to be of your expense, and finally this is going to say set option to be of your income, and then try to save the file. Let's press on each of them. They should turn orange, this should turn black. So as you can see, that is looking good. We're able to switch between each of the buttons that are present over here. So now let's start styling out the text inputs that's going to come over here, that's below each of the options. So over here I'm going to initialize my view. For that I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have a view. This is for your date, so it's going to have a text over here which is going to say date, and below this we're going to have the pressable, which in turn is going to have your text input, import text input from React Native, and this in turn is going to have your formatted date as a placeholder. Let's define that in just a bit. Let's pass on the style for this. Border bottom width 1, border bottom color E8, 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 and then padding bottom of 10. Save. So there you go, we have the input and then we have the text as well. Let's start styling this out by giving the style to the view. This in turn is going to have a flex direction of row, and then it's going to have a gap of 12. Save. And let's pass on the style for this particular view, some margin. I'm going to say margin horizontal of 12, and then we're going to give it a gap of 20, and then a margin top of 7. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So currently the text input is not visible. Let's provide it a flex of 1 for the pressable. Here I'm going to say style, it's going to be flex of 1, so it takes up the remaining space. Save. So there you go, we're able to see that onto the screen, but for some reason it is super light. So let's actually check if it is the correct color that we have given, that is border bottom color E8, E8, and then E8. Yeah, that's right. Let's also give the placeholder text color. Here I'm going to say placeholder text color is going to be black. Save. Let's try to give the border width of 2. Yeah, so now it's looking, kind of darkish. That's fine. Let's format, or you can keep it 1 as well. Let's keep it 1. Save. You can keep it 2 as well. Okay, not an issue. So now let's initialize the formatted date. Okay, so let's come back over here, and here initially I'm just going to say const formatted date is going to be equals to current date. Let's initialize the current date, that is going to be equals to your moment itself at the initial state. I'm going to say const current date comma set current date is going to be equals to use state of your moment. Import moment from moment over here. All right, here I'm going to say const formatted date is going to be equals to your current date dot apply the format method, and this is going to be the formatted value, that is dd, then year, and we're going to pass in the ddd in capitals, I mean not in capitals, in small letters, and try to save the file. And we're going to pass this itself as the placeholder for the first input, that is for your date part. So let's scroll down over here. Here I'm going to say placeholder is going to be equals to your formatted date. Save. So there you go. Today is 1st February, Saturday. So we are able to see that being shown onto the screen, which is good. So the next step is for the amount. So let's initialize the state for that. So below your view, I'm going to say pressable. This in turn is going to have a text. It says amount. Save. So there you go. It's looking good. Below that, we're going to have a pressable with a text input. So here I'm going to pass in the style for this. It is essentially going to be the same as the previous one. Copy that down and then paste it over here. And yes, for here we're going to say editable is going to be false, because once you press on the amount, we're going to show a model kind of design, that is from the bottom part. Once you choose an option, that option would be set over here. You can't edit it. Okay, so that's the reason I've passed in editable is going to be equals to false. So let's say placeholder, that's going to be equals to input. I think it's currently not defined, so let's define that in the later part of the video, that is in just a bit. So here by default I'm just going to pass in input for now. Save. Okay, so apart from that, placeholder text color is going to be black. Let's pass on the style for the pressable over here. flex direction of row and then a gap of 12. And for the pressable, it's going to have a flex of 1. So I'm going to say style over here and it's going to say flex of 1. Save. Yeah, so there you go. That's looking fine. And for each of the text, we're going to give the style. I forgot that part. So here I'm going to say style. This in turn is going to have a specific width of 60. And then color of this color code, that is 484848. Save. So there you go. That's looking fine. So save. So copy this style down and then paste it over here as well. So this is done just to align it properly fine. Otherwise the string length might be more for one and then less for other. So the design might not look that good while designing all of the text input. So that's the reason I'm providing a specific width to each of the texts such that all of them are vertically aligned correctly and even the design looks good. So now below your amount, we're going to have the next step, that is going to be for your category part. Okay, so for that as well, we're going to initialize the pressable. I'm just going to initialize this one more time. That is this piece of pressable. That is just this one, I guess. No, both the things. Copy and paste it over here. Save. This is going to say category. So category. Save the file. And even over here as well, editable is going to be false. These are the same stylings, and we're going to pass in the category, that is once we set up the part. Okay, so yeah, apart from this, we're going to have the next one, that is going to be your account, that is from which account it's getting credited or debited. So it's already copied, paste it over here. This in turn is going to pass in, this in turn is going to have your account over here. Save the file. So there you go, that's looking fine. Even over here as well, we're going to show the editable is false, and once you press on account over here, we're going to show that particular bottom design, and based on whatever option we select, we're going to choose it over here. All right, apart from that, the next one is going to be your note. Let's initialize a view for that. That is, let's say your initial view, that is the date part, that is similar design. So this is similar to this one. Initialize over here. So this in turn is going to say note. Save. And the placeholder is going to be initially empty. The placeholder text color is going to be black, and value is going to be note. Let's initialize the state for this. Here I'm going to say const note comma set note is going to be equals to use state. Initially it would be an empty string. Let's come down over here. Let's pass in the value to the text input. It's going to be equals to whatever is stored inside of state. So it's going to be note. Let's handle the on change text. Here I'm just going to say set the note. That's it. Let's try to save the file. And below this, we're going to have a kind of a divider. So it's going to be a self-enclosing view, and we're going to pass in the style over here. So this in turn is going to have basically a height of 10, and we're going to say a background color of this color code, that is F0 F0 F0, and it's going to have a border radius as well of 5. So save. So yes, as you can see, that's looking cool. So below that, we're going to have the text input for the description part. This is not a compulsory field. If the user wants, they can enter the description. So here we're going to say view, take in a pressable, pass in your text input. So this in turn is going to have the same styles as the other ones. Let's pass in the placeholder, that is going to be description, and your placeholder text color is going to be equals to black. So save. And yeah, for this, let's pass on the style. It's going to have a flex of 1, and for this also, let's pass on the style. This in turn is going to have a flex direction of row, and then align items of center. Apart from that, we're going to have a gap of 12. Save. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. Yeah, so this is looking fine. So yeah, this is your entire initial design for all of the text inputs. So below this, we're going to have the pressable, that is to save this particular expense. Okay, So here I'm going to say pressable, that is at this part. This in turn is going to have a text which says save, that's going to be a button. Let's pass on the style for the pressable over here. So this in turn is going to have a background color of orange, and we're going to have some padding as well, some internal spacing, padding of 10, and your border radius of 7. Apart from that, we're going to have a font weight of 600. So I'm going to say font weight of 600. Let's format once, and then let's pass on the style for the text over here. Style, this in turn is going to have a text align of center. Alright, color is going to be white. Okay, and we're going to say font weight of 600. I think this part is wrong. We did not give the font weight to the pressable, so remove that. Save. So there you go, we are able to see the save button, which is looking good. So yes, we have designed all of the required things over here. So now as and when the user presses on the input, the category, the account, we need to show that bottom designs being shown, right? So once they press on amount, we need to show the calculator. Once they press on category, we need to show the different types of categories at the bottom. And once we press on account, again we need to show a bunch of options for the account, and the note is added by the user itself. And once they press on save, we need to add that particular expense to the backend part. So now let's look into the design of the calculator. Basically, that is, once you press on the amount, we need to be showing that calculator. So let's look into that part. So I think we need to head back to the point where we have the pressable, that is account, and on press of that we need to trigger a function or trigger something that opens up your calculator onto the screen. So initially I'd like to give all of the states, that is initialize all of the states at the top of the screen, that is for all of the things, that is amount, category, account, and all of the other things. Let's go at the top, and then here I'm going to start designing my states. So I'm going to say const category comma set category is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. Okay, apart from that, I'm going to say const we're going to say account comma set account is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string as well. And I'm going to say const show calculator comma set show calculator is going to be equals to use state, initially it would be pointing to false. I think even this as well, not an empty string, it's going to be false. Yeah, so apart from that, we also need the state to check whether category and account is open. So I'm going to say const show category comma set show category is going to be equals to use state, initially this also would be pointing to false. Similarly for the account as well, I'm going to initialize that. So const account, not account, show account comma set show account is going to be equals to use state, initially false. And finally we have the next one, that is for the amount. I'm going to say const amount comma set amount is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. So let's come down to the point, that is where we have the button, that is which says amount. Yeah, that is this one. So for this pressable, I'm going to say on press, we're going to say set show calculator status. Let's go on to the top and then define that particular function. Okay, so set show calculator status, I'm going to say const set show calculator status. So while we are opening up the calculator, the other two should be closed, that is your amount and then the category should be closed. So for that reason, I'm going to say set category to be a false, not set category, set show category should be false. Similarly, even your account should be false. Set show account false. And finally, we're going to say set show calculator should be your opposite of show calculator. If it is false, make it true. If it is true, make it false. So I'm going to say show calculator. So let's format once and then let's try to save. So now let's start designing our calculator part. So now let's scroll down, and where we have the safe area view, not safe area view, the scroll view. Below that, I'm going to write the condition that is, if at all show calculator is set to be true, and here I'm going to initialize my view. So here let's initialize a view over here. This view in turn is going to have a text which says amount. Let's try to save the file. Now let's press on amount. So there you go, we're able to see something onto the screen at the bottommost part. That is your calculator design. So below the text, we're gonna have another view. So basically this in turn is gonna have your iron icons. The name is gonna be create outline. This also iron icons. The name is gonna be crop outline. Size is going to be equals to 23. Color is going to be white. Same thing over here as well. Let's pass on the style for the view. This in turn is going to have a flex of row and then align items of center. And we're going to pass in a gap of 7. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. Yeah, so currently we're not able to see anything because the color is white for your icons. Okay, so now let's pass on the style for this particular view. This in turn is going to have a flex of row and then align items of center. Apart from that, we're going to say justify is going to be space between, some padding of 10, and then background color is going to be black color. Save. So there you go. Now we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. Let's pass on the style for the text over here. I'm going to say style. This in turn is going to have a font size of 15 and then font weight of 500 and then a color of white. Save. So there you go. That's looking cool. So below that particular view, I'm going to initialize the next part where all of your numbers are going to come up as well as your operations. So I'm going to say view. Here I'm actually going to map over an array of strings, initially plus. I'm just going to write down each of the operations as well as the numbers. So minus, then we're going to have your star. Apart from star, we're going to have your divide. Let's copy this a number of times and then make the change. After divide, we have your numbers 7, 8, 9. Apart from that, equals to 4, 5. Here I'm going to say equals to 4, 5. Apart from that, we're going to have 6. Then we're going to have C. That is for clearing of the input. This is 1. Then we're going to have 2, 3. After 1, 2, 3, we're going to have 0. Then we're going to have OK. Here we're going to map over this. I'm going to say dot map. So for every item and then the index over here, I'm going to initialize a touchable opacity over here. So I'm going to say touchable opacity, import that from React Native as such, and within this I'm going to initialize my text. This in turn is going to show the item itself. So item. Save the file. So there you go. We have all of the required operations as well as the numbers. Let's start styling this out. So initially key is going to be equals to index. Furthermore, style for this. So for the width, I'm going to say if my item is going to be equals to 0, then it's going to be equals to 24.5%. I'm going to say 24.5%, else it's going to be 24%. Apart from that, for each of the boxes, we're going to have a height of 70. So I'm going to say height 70 and aspect ratio of 1.5. And apart from that, we're going to have a border width of 0.6. And then we're going to have border color of E0, 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 and then justify of center. Apart from that, we're going to have align items of center as well. Margin is going to be minus 0.3. And apart from that, we're going to have the background color. Let's format initially. So here I'm going to say background color. So here, if my item is going to be equals to, it's going to be this color code, that is FFF, else it's going to be 000. Save. All right. Okay. Not sure why it is covering up the entire screen. Let's format once. Okay, my bad, because of the height, I guess I've given 70 instead of 70. So 70 over here. Save. Okay, so still it's taking up most of the space, not sure why. Let's pass on the style for the view. Okay, here I'm going to say style. Since we have a lot of characters and we have not given a flex of row, it's taking up the entire screen. So flex direction of row and then align items of center, or you could remove that and I'm going to say flex wrap of wrap, and we're going to say justify going to be center, justify content of center. Save. So as you can see, just like that, something is visible and which is looking good. Okay, so we need to start styling out the text. It should be in white color, that is this one. So style, font size of 17 and font weight of 600. I'm going to say color, if my item is going to be equals to, then this color code FFF, else is going to be 000. Save. Okay, I think I made a mistake for the background color, so it's going to be this color code, that is FF4D4D, that's for the container color, else is going to be white, not black. Save. So there you go, just like that, our calculator is looking really good. Let's format once and let's try to save. Let's try to give one more 0 over here. Let's see what exactly happens. Save the file. Okay, so yeah, I think I forgot to give the style for the topmost part, that is this one. So let's say style over here, it's going to have a flex of 1. So flex of 1 and then justify content flex end. Apart from that, background color of white. Save. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. All right, yeah, so we have finished designing the calculator part. So now let's look into the next part, that is your category button. Okay, so let's scroll up over here and initialize on press event on the second button, that is category. This one here, I'm going to say on press. Here it's going to be set category status. Let's go on to the top and then define this particular function. Here I'm going to say const set category status. It's going to be equals to a normal arrow function, and here if at all the other two boxes are open, that is calculator as well as the account, it should be closed. So for that reason, I'm going to say set your show account to be false, set your show calculator also to be false, and then set show category to be true. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. So now I'm just going to get in my code for all of the category items as well as the account items. I'm just going to paste it over here. Alright, so just paste it in my items for your categories. These are simple array of strings. These are your different categories. This is your account. There is allowance, salary, petty cash, bonus, other, and then add. Okay, let's scroll down and then let's start designing for your show category. So below your show calculator, let's minimize this initially. Here I'm going to say if my show category is selected, that means if this is true, and we're going to show the design for this. Okay, so I'm going to say view over here. So this in turn you're going to say, this in turn is going to have a style that is, let's say, width of, not width, height of 500 or 400, and within this I'm going to map over my items as well, that is displayed items. So here initially within the view we're going to have a view, which in turn is going to have a text which says category, and below that we're going to have these two icons that is similarly we had designed in the previous one. So paste it over here. This in turn is going to have again create outline and then crop outline. Pass on the same piece of styling. Let's format once, save the file, and for the category let's pass on the style over here. Font size of 15, font weight of 500, and then we're going to pass in a color of white. Okay, let's try to open this up. Let's press on your category. Now your amount is open. Once I press on category, automatically this should close and then your category should open up. Let's press on category over here. So there you go, that closed, and then we're able to see this particular design onto the screen. Okay, which is looking fine. So below this particular view we're going to say view, so here we're going to say another view, and we're going to basically map over our displayed items. Let's initialize the displayed items initially. So I'm going to say const displayed items is going to be equals to, if my option is going to be equals to income, then it should be your new items, else it's going to be your items itself. Okay, let's format once and then let's scroll down, and we're going to actually map over our displayed items over here. Within this particular view I'm going to say displayed items dot map for every item, and in the index here I'm going to initialize a new pressable. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to show your item. Let's try to save the file. So there you go, since income is selected we are able to see all of the items over here. Let's say I press on expense, there you go, we're going to show these items for the expense part, which is looking fine. Let's pass on the style for the pressable. So this in turn is going to have width of 33.33%, just to make sure that we only have 3 boxes in each of the row. Okay, and aspect ratio of 2. Furthermore, border color, not border color, border width of 0.6, and border color of E0. Apart from that, justify content of center, and we're going to have align items of center as well, and your margin is going to be a negative 1.3 or 0.3. Save. So there you go, that's looking fine. Let's target the view so that it comes into a row fashion. So here I'm going to say flex of row, align items of center, and we're going to have your flex wrap of wrap, or we can remove align items of center. We're going to give flex wrap of wrap, and we're going to say justify content of flex start. We're going to say align content of stretch. Save. So there you go, just like that, it's looking really good. So this is your categories part. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. And on press of this, let's initialize a function. So I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and it's going to say select category of your item. So select category of your item. Let's go on to the top and then define this particular function. Here I'm going to say const select category is going to be equals to your option, and here we're going to say set category of your option. We have already initialized the state for this initially, and we're going to say set your show category to be of false. And we have not yet implemented the functionality for the calculator. Okay, we need to do that as well. So let's finish off with the final part, that is your account part. So let's scroll on over here, and I'm going to say on press. It's going to say set account status. Scroll up here, I'm going to say const set account status is going to be equals to normal arrow function. Here again, if any of the other two are open, we need to close them first. So I'm going to say set show calculator false, set show category false, set show account true. Save. Okay, let's press on any one of the option. Culture, it should choose this option, it should store this in state, and then it should close the box. So there you go, that's working absolutely fine, which is good. Let's scroll down, and then after your show category, we're going to design your next part, that is going to be your show account. And here I'm going to say show account. If it is true, and initialize a view over here. This in turn is going to have another view. Again, this is going to have a height of 400. So this view in turn is going to have a text which says account, and essentially it's going to have the same styling as the previous view, that is this one. Make this as account. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. So now we're going to make use of the accounts array. Let's scroll on the top, and then I'm going to initialize my accounts array. It's going to be an array of strings, cash, bank accounts, and then card. Let's scroll on over here, and then let's start designing our accounts part. So below this particular view, I'm going to have my view being initialized. This view in turn is going to have another view. Here I'm going to map over my accounts.map. So for every item and then the index, I'm going to render my pressable. This pressable in turn is going to have a text that is basically going to show your item itself. So item. So pass on a style over here. This in turn is going to say text align of center. For the pressable, let's pass on the style. So it's going to have pretty much similar styling, width of 33.33%. Apart from that, aspect ratio of 2. Then I'm going to copy down the same piece of styling that we had given for the pressable as well. That is this one. And paste it over here. Format, save the file. Let's press on account. So there you go, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. Let's pass on the style for the view because we want it to come inside of a row fashion. So flex of row, and then a flex wrap of wrap. Apart from that, again justify content of flex start. So all of the items are going to start from the starting point, that is from the left part, and we're going to say align content of stretch. Save. So as you can see, that is looking cool. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. Let's initialize on press over here. I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and here we're going to say select account of that particular item. Let's go on to the top and then define this function, that is select item. Okay, so here I'm going to say const select account is going to take in your option. Here I'm going to say set your account to be of that particular option, and then we're going to close that particular box. So I'm going to say set show account to be of false. Save the file. Now let's come down to the text inputs, and then if at all any kind of value is selected, then we're going to show that particular value as the placeholder. Starting off from the category, currently we have given some hard-coded value which says input. Here I'm going to say placeholder is going to be equals to category. So let's try to save the file. So there you go. Since previously culture was selected, we are able to see that onto the screen. Next, for the account part, here I'm going to say account. Save. What was the name of that? Okay, not sure why we're not able to see anything. Let's check out the name once, if it is account itself. Yeah, account and then set account. Let's give that one more try. Bank account. Yeah, so there you go. That's working fine. We're able to see bank accounts. So now the next step that's remaining is for your calculator part. We need to actually implement the calculation part, or the user can also directly enter the value of the expense if they know the correct expense value, or they can calculate as well. So let's come down to the show calculator part and then initialize on press event on the button, that is or on the numbers that we have, that is on each of the numbers. Let's scroll down, and where we have the show calculator button, that is on the touchable opacity, here I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and here we're going to say handle press of item. So handle press of your item. Let's scroll on to the top and then initialize this method, that is handle press. Alright, so over here I'm going to say const handle press is going to be equals to a normal function. It's going to take in the value that was pressed on. Here I'm going to check the condition that if at all my value is going to be equals to an empty string, not an empty string, basically equals to. If this is true, then I'm going to say initialize your try, and then catch block, catch of error. I'm just going to log the error. So instead of the try block over here, I'm going to say set input to be of your initialize your eval function, and it's going to be taking your input dot to string. So this would give you the value of the expression that you have initialized. Okay, so let's initialize the state for that. That is for your input. I'm going to say const input comma set input is going to be equals to use state initially an empty string. Alright, let's scroll down, and over here, so here if your value, that is option pressed by the user, is going to be equals to, then at that particular point of time, whatever is the string value, we're going to calculate that with the help of your eval function. Okay, else if, I'm going to say else if your value is going to be equals to, let's say capital C, that is going to clear off the input. Here I'm just going to say set input to be of an empty string, so that we clear off the input. Else I'm just going to say set your input to be of your input value previously, and then add in your value over here. That's it. Let's format once, and then let's try to save the file. Alright, let's give this a try. Let's go on to the text input where we have the amount, and instead of the hard-coded value which says input, we're going to say amount over there. So here, I think this is the category. Yeah, this is for the amount part. I'm going to say input. Let's save. Let's press on amount over here. Let's say 2500. Okay, let's say if you press on OK, we should close it. Okay, so for now, even that is getting accumulated into the string. We could actually check that condition, that is initially itself, that is if your value is going to be equals to OK, then just set your input, not in input, set your show calculator to be of false, and you can directly return from the function. We need not further go into the function to the other conditions, right? Let's format, save. Let's press on OK now. So there you go, we are able to close it off. Let's press on amount. Yeah, so pressing on C, that went off. I'm just going to press on 2500 again. I'm going to press on OK. As you can see, that closed off. Let's press on amount again. Let's press on C to cancel the input. Let's say 2. So let's say 2 or 20 multiplied by 20 equals. Okay, so we do have error. It says number.prototype.toString can be used only on a number. Okay. Okay, I think my bad. I forgot to include the parenthesis. That's the correct method. Let's give that one more try. Amount, let's say 20 multiplied by 20 equals to. So there you go. That's working absolutely fine. 400. Yeah, so now we have completed setting up all of the required things inside of your create expense screen. That is your amount, your category, your account, as well as the note, which is actually compulsory. We have set up the text input for that. That is, the user is going to enter the value, and once they enter all of the values, and then once they press on save button over here, we need to create that particular expense in the backend part. So for that, first of all, we need to design an endpoint to create an expense. So let's head back to our index.js file where we're gonna write the code for creating a new expense in the backend part over here. So here I'm gonna make use of my post method. I'm gonna say app.post, and it's gonna be /expenses, and it's gonna be the async method with the request and the response in your callback. And here, first of all, I'm gonna initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error. So here initially I'm just gonna say console.log with a error message. Here it's gonna be error creating expense with that particular error, and here I'm gonna say return result.status of, let's say, 500.json with a message being internal server error. Alright, so now inside of the try block, to create an expense, we need bunch of things. That is your type, your account, your category of the expense, the amount for that particular expense, the date, the note, as well as the day. Okay, so here I'm gonna say const type, comma, your account, then your category, apart from that your amount, then we're gonna have date, then node, and then day is going to be equals to your request.body. All right, so here let's try to create a new expense. Before that, let's import our expense model over here. I'm going to say const expense is going to be equals to, make use of the require method and go into your models and then access the expense. That's it. So here let's say const new expense is going to be equals to a new expense, access your model, and this in turn is going to take in a bunch of things. That is your type, account, then category, then we're going to have the amount, then your date, your node, and then the day. Right, so these are all the required things. After we initialize this, we're just going to save it to the backend. So for that, I'm going to say await your new expense dot save. So once that part is done, I'm going to say result dot status of 201 dot json with a message being expense created successfully. Okay, and we're going to pass in the expense as well. Expense is going to be equals to your new expense. All right, so this was your entire endpoint to create an expense in the backend part. That is by entering all of the values inside of your create expense screen. So now let's also initialize another endpoint to get in all of your expenses. Okay, so here we're going to fetch expenses based on a date. So here basically we're going to fetch the expenses based on a particular date, and that date should match the month. So as you can see over here, we are trying to fetch the expenses for a particular month, right? So let's say we have all of the expenses for January, February, March, April. So based on whatever month is currently selected over here, only those expenses we're going to fetch. Okay, so for that, let's initialize our endpoint. I'm going to say app.get method. It's going to be /expenses. Okay, here it's going to have an async method with your request and the response in the callback. So here let's initialize our try and then your catch block. So try and then catch of error. So here let's give a console.log message. I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message, and here I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with a message being error getting all expenses. Instead of your try block now, we need access to the date. So based on that particular date, we are gonna query all of the expenses from the backend. So for that, I'm gonna say const date is gonna be equals to request dot query. Okay, and here I'm gonna say const expenses is gonna be equals to wait. I'm gonna say expense dot find method, and we're gonna find based on the date. So date should match the date that is coming from the front end part. Okay, so that's it. Let's format once. So once we have queried all of the information that is based on this condition, we're gonna send it to the front end part, that is all of your expenses. So for that, I'm gonna say result dot status of 200 dot your JSON of your expenses. That's it. Let's save the file. Yeah, so we have initialized two of the endpoints. Let's go into the create expense screen and let's actually, initialize on press event on your save button. And once all of the details are entered and once you press on save, we need to, save that particular expense to the backend part. So I'm just going to say go into the create expense screen. Let's come down to the point where we have the save button, that is this one. So here I'm going to say on press, I'm going to say handle create expense. Okay, let's go on to the top and then define this function over here. Let's say over here, I'm going to say const handle create expense is going to be equals to an async function. So here I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error, I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message. Instead of the try block, let's initialize our expense object. So I'm going to say expense is going to be equals to your type, that is going to be equals to your option, that is either income, expense or transfer. Okay, apart from that, your description, that is going to be equals to your description itself if at all we have anything present, and account is going to be equals to your account, and furthermore your category is going to be equals to your category, and we're going to have amount that's going to be equals to your input. That's how we have calculated it previously. Then your date, it's going to be your current date dot format it into this particular value, that is month, and then year. Apart from that, your note is going to be equals to note and then your day. That's the final one. Day is going to be again current date dot your format into this particular value, that is capital D and then your small d. So let's initialize our description. That's not given, I guess. So here I'm going to say const description comma set description is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. Let's come down to the point where we had the description. So account, node, the save button, yeah, this is the one. Value is going to be equals to description, and on change text is going to be equals to your set description. So let's format once and then let's try to save the file. Yeah, so this part is done. Let's try to give this a try. So I don't think we have completed the endpoint. Let's come back over here. Yeah, we need to initialize the Axios part. So let's try to install Axios first. Here I'm going to say yarn add Axios, enter. So after initializing your object, here I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to your wait Axios, import Axios from Axios dot your post method. This is going to be your URL, http localhost 8000 / expenses, and this in turn is going to take in your expense object. So once everything is done, here I'm going to say set option to be of empty, and then set description to be of an empty string. Furthermore, your set account to be of empty. After that, set category to be of an empty string, and apart from that, set input to be of empty, and finally set note to be of empty. That's it. Once that is done, I'm going to say navigation dot go back. Let's initialize that first. Const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation Let's initialize that from any of the screens. This one. Okay, let's copy that correctly and paste it over here. So here we're going to say in the function navigation.go back. Let us go back to the home screen. So navigation.go back. Save. Let's give this a try. Yeah, so by default income is selected. Let's make it as expense. So amount, let's say 2500. Okay. Category, let's say social life. Account, let's say we have spent it on cash. Note, let's say party over here, and then let's press on save. Okay, Axios doesn't exist. All right, import that. Import Axios from Axios. Format, save. Let's give this a try. Save. So there you go, that expense was saved and we came back to the previous screen, right? So now let's verify that in the backend as well, that is if at all this particular expense was saved or not. So over here, I'm just going to say go back to the project and I'm going to go to my clusters, browse collections. So here, as you can see, our expense collections is created. So there you go, we do have our first expense being added to the backend part. Type is expense, day is first, Saturday. Node is party, account is cash, category is social life. This is your amount spent and this is the date, that is February 2025. So let's say all the other expenses are also going to come like this itself. And let's say if we go to the next month, that is March 2025, and suppose we have to query for February month, we're only going to query all the expenses that match this condition, that is February 2025. Okay, so we will only get those expenses that have put up in February. Okay, so that's the way we're going to implement this. So yeah, this part is working absolutely fine. Now let's try to get in all of your expenses and show it in this format. Okay, so for that we need to head back to our home screen initially. Let's do that. That is over here. So here let's first of all make a call to that particular endpoint. That is the second endpoint which we have defined, and let's try to get all of the expenses. So let's initialize some state initially to hold the expenses. Here I'm going to say const expenses comma set expenses is going to be equals to use state. Initially an empty array over here. I'm going to make use of my use effect. So basically this would be dependent upon your current date. And here I'm going to say fetch expenses. Let's define the function that is fetch expenses over here. So const fetch expenses is going to be equals to an async function. Here let's initialize our try and then catch block. So try catch of error. Over here I'm just going to give a console.log message, the error with that particular error. Instead of your try block, let's initialize a response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await Axios, import Axios from Axios dot get method. This is going to be your URL, http localhost 8000 / expenses. This in turn is going to take in your params. That is going to be your date. Let's define the date over here. I'm going to say const date is going to be equals to your current date dot format it into this particular value, that is month, 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 and then year, 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 year. So I think wrong spelling for get, axios.get. Let's also import axios. So import axios from axios. Okay, so even the format spelling is wrong over here. Make that change. All right, yeah, params we're going to pass in the date, and once we have gotten the response, I'm going to say set expenses to be of your response dot data. Let's try to log the expenses. I'm going to say console.log expenses and then expenses. Save. Use effect doesn't exist. All right, import that. So all right, so we do have some issues. We are not able to get that expenses. Let's look into the endpoint ones, index.js. Yeah, so I have to get off expenses. Let's try to log the date and then date. Save. Let's come back to the home screen. Let's try to call this again. Let's look into the API folder over here. Save. Yeah, so we are getting that date. Okay, spelling is wrong. Yeah, so we are getting that date, but it is in the wrong format. It is giving 0205. It should just give February 2025, right? So I think formatting is wrong. I think I've entered this 5 times. That is the year. Probably because of that, it is not giving the correct results. Let's save the file. So there you go. Now it's giving the correct results. Make sure you add only 4 Y's and then 4 M's. So as you can see, we're able to see the expenses array being shown over here. Now with the help of this, we're going to start styling out so that it looks like this. Okay. So now as you can see, our expenses is in this particular format, but we do not want that. We want it to be like for a particular day, we need to have all of the expenses grouped. So as of now, we have all of the expenses grouped under a particular month. That is going to be inside of a single array as you are seeing as of now. So let's say we have one more expense, even that is going to get populated over here itself. But what we want is under a particular object, that is under a particular day. Let's say this is 9th of Thursday. We need all of the expenses grouped so that we could map over it and then we could show it. So for that, we're going to make use of something known as your grouped expenses. We're going to define that now. So here I'm going to say const grouped expenses. So grouped expenses is going to be equals to expenses dot, I'm going to make use of my reduce method. It's going to take in your accumulator as well as each expense. All right. Here, first of all, we're just interested in the day because we have to put all of the expenses under that particular day, right? So here, as you can see, we do have the day. So if you would check out the array, as you can see, day is first Saturday. So based on that, we're going to make this work. I'm going to initialize that. I'm going to say const day is going to be equals to expense dot day. That's how we access it. And here I'm going to say if not of accumulator of day, then in that case I'm going to say accumulator of day is going to be equals to an empty array. Else if we already have an array for that particular day, then just push the details. Okay, so for that reason I'm going to say accumulator of day dot push of your expense, and we're just going to return the accumulator over here. And by default it's going to be an empty object. So you can actually try to log your grouped expenses now. Save. So there you go. Now we have all of the expenses grouped under a single date, that is first Saturday, and below that we have an array. Okay, so first of all we're going to check if at all a particular day already has an array mapped. If it is not mapped, then initialize it over here just like this. Okay, so once you come to the first condition, you're gonna initialize an array. So accumulator of day, in the sense it's gonna be something like this, that is first Saturday, and here we're gonna initialize an array. Then we're gonna start pushing all of the details into this particular array, right, with the help of this. that is accumulator of day dot push of whatever expenses present for that particular day. Okay, so yeah, that's how we're gonna make this work. So let's come back over here. So now with the help of this grouped expenses, we're gonna start styling out the UI part. So yeah, below this particular view, that is which says daily, calendar, monthly, and then description, I'm gonna scroll down. That is after this particular view, we're gonna say view. This in turn is gonna have another view. This in turn is gonna have another view, which in turn is gonna have a text which says expense. Here I'm gonna have another text. So by default, I'm gonna hardcode the value, and later we can make it look dynamic once when we calculate the total expense. Okay, let's say I'm gonna say 6000.00, save. As you can see, that's looking fine. So let's start styling out for the style. That is for the text over here. Font weight of 500, and it's gonna have a color of this color code, that is 0049 and then 53. Apart from that, text align of center. So let's pass on the style for this as well. This in turn is gonna have a margin top of 5, and we're gonna have a text align of center. Okay, and we're gonna pass in a color as well. Color is gonna be this color code, that is EB6 and then 105. Furthermore, font size of 15 and then a font weight of 500. Save. Okay, that's looking fine. Let's design the other things. It's gonna look even more better. So yes, after this particular view, I'm just gonna copy this down a couple of times over here. So the next one is going to be for your income part. Let's minimize this initially. Yeah, that is done. Here we're going to say income. Let's say 26,000 for now. Save. And the color is going to be different over here. That is, for income, it's going to be 057. So 057 and then 8EB. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. And for this, we're going to have a different color, that is 004953. Yeah, it's going to remain as is. Save. The final is going to be the total amount remaining after you have calculated your expense as well as your income part, right? So copy this down. Here it's going to say total. Save. And over here, as of now, I'm just going to hard code a value, let's say 6000.00. So now it's 60,000, I guess. Let's pass in 6,000. Okay, so now let's pass on the style for the outermost view that contains all of these three children. That is this one, style. Initially flex direction of row, align items of center, and then I'm gonna pass in padding top value and then some padding bottom as well. So padding bottom of 12. Apart from that, justify content of space around. Then finally, background color of white. Let's format over here. Save. So there you go. Just like that, our design is looking really good, and we're able to see expense, income, as well as total being shown onto the screen. Let's also add the rupee symbol over here. So for each of the prices being shown, I'm just going to add it over here. Okay, not there. Save. Yeah, so it's looking fine. So now below this, we're gonna write the condition stating that if at all your option equals to daily, then we're gonna show this part. So below that, initially I'm gonna show a kind of divider. Here I'm gonna say style, and this in turn is gonna have, let's say, border color of E0, 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 and we're gonna have a border width. So border width is gonna be 0.6. Save. As you can see, that's looking cool. So now below that, I'm going to check my condition that if at all my option equals to daily, which is true in this case, and I'm going to initialize my scroll view. So make sure to import scroll view from React Native. So let's come down over here, and yeah, so within the scroll view, let's try to map over our grouped expenses. Okay, so I'm gonna initialize my view. So we're going to make use of basically your object.keys method. So as you can see over here, this is our key, that is first Saturday, that is your date, that is your key, and the value is this one, right? So here I'm going to say object dot keys of your grouped expenses. Here I'm going to apply the map method for every item and then the index over here. Let's first of all calculate the total expense as well as the total income over here. So this is for a particular day. So as you can see over here, this part as well as this part is your total expense as well as total income for that particular day. So as you can see, for 9th of Thursday there is no income, so it's going to be 0. And for the expenses part, as you can see, it's 900 plus 100, that's going to be 1000 rupees. That's going to be calculated over here, right? So let's write that over here. I'm going to say const total expense is going to be equals to initially access your grouped expenses of your item. So this would basically give it for that particular day. And after getting that information, I'm going to apply the filter method. I'm going to say dot filter for every expense. Here your expense dot type should be equals to expense itself, because this is the price we are calculating for the expense. And dot reduce method, if at all we have more than one, take in your sum and the expense, that is basically your accumulator and the current value. Here I'm going to say sum plus, it's going to be parse float of your expense dot amount. Let's format once, and we're going to pass in an initial value of 0. That is for your reduce method, right? So yeah, that's it. So this is the way we calculate for the total expense for that particular day. Let's do the same thing for the income as well. So I'm going to say const total income is going to be equals to initialize your grouped expenses of your item dot apply the filter method. Here the condition is going to be different. That is for every expense, the expense dot type should be equals to your income. Okay. Finally, again apply your reduce method. Take in two things, your sum and your expense. It's going to be equals to your sum plus apply your parse float method of your expense dot amount. Format once. Let's pass in your initial value of 0 over here. That is for the sum. Alright, so this part is done. Let's try to return the UI design. I'm going to say return. Here let's initialize a pressable. And within this, initially I'm going to have my view being initialized. Within this view, we're going to have another view. And here I'm going to show my text. So initially we're going to show the item itself. So I'm going to say item dot apply your split method. So I'm going to split based on the string. I'm going to take in my initial value from the array. Let's try to save the file. As you can see, we had initially first Saturday. I only wanted first, so I split based on the empty string, and that got converted into an array which had two things, that is your 1 and then Saturday. I just took my first value, that is with the help of 0, and I got my 1 over here, because 1 has to be separately styled. I mean, your day has to be separately styled. So that's the reason I've done this. Okay. So this in turn is going to have a font size of, let's say, 16, and then a font weight of 500. Save. So there you go. That's looking cool. So now below the text, we're going to have another text. So here it's going to be different, just the opposite of the previous one. I'm going to say item dot again split with the help of a empty string, and then pass in the first value to get in the day. As you can see, first Saturday, that is being shown onto the screen. Let's pass on the style for this. Background color of this color code, that is F0, F0, F0. Apart from that, border radius of 4, padding horizontal of, let's say, 4, padding vertical of 2, color of this color code 000, and furthermore font size of very small of 11. Color is going to be white color. Format and save. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now let's start giving out the style for the view that contains these two things. Style, initialize a flex of row, align items of center, and then let's try to save the file. So there you go, that design is looking cool. So let's pass on the style for the outermost pressable. It is going to have a background of white, initially some internal spacing, padding of 12, margin bottom value of 12 or 10, and then BG of white color. So save. There you go, that's looking fine. Let's try to provide a gap over here. I'm going to say gap of 6. Yeah, that's looking cool. So below that, over here we're going to have the view. This in turn is going to have two texts, that is your total income as well as your total expense. So here I'm going to say total income dot apply the to fixed to get that decimal value, right? So to fixed of 0, not 0, 2, to get up to 2 digits in the decimal places. Apart from that, initialize one more text. This is going to say total expense. So total expense dot again to fixed of 0. Save the file. So there you go, total income is 0 and total expense is 2500 because we have spent 2500. Okay, that is today itself. Let's pass on the style to this. So this in turn is going to have a flex of row and then align items of center. Let's say a gap of 50. Yeah, that's looking cool. Let's start giving the style for the view that is remaining. That is this one, which contains these two children. So flex of row and then align items of center, and I'm going to say justify of space between. Save. So as you can see, just like that, it's looking cool. Let's also initialize our rupee symbol. That is for each of the texts over here. Let's pass on the style for the text. That is basically your color. (8EB), that's going to be your color for this. Font weight of 400. Font size of 15. Yeah, so that's looking fine. Format once. Let's pass on the style for this. Color of EB6105. Yeah, that's looking fine. Again, font weight 400. Font size of 15. So there you go, that's looking cool. So below this, I'm going to have my view being initialized. That is basically your divider. So I'm going to say style over here. This in turn is going to have, let's say, border color of this color code E0, 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 and then border width of 0.4, and then margin top of 7. So yes, as you can see, that's looking fine. So below this, I'm going to map over my grouped expenses. So I'm going to say grouped expenses of your item. So this would basically give your array, right? So grouped expenses is an object and item is basically your date. So by accessing one of Saturday, this would give you your entire array. We're going to make use of that and then we're going to map over it. So I'm going to say dot map for every item and then the index over here. Let's initialize a pressable. So I'm going to say pressable over here. This in turn is going to take in the key, that is your index. Okay, and within the pressable, we're going to have the view being initialized. This view in turn is going to have a text which is going to show us your category. So I'm going to say item dot category. Format, save the file. As you can see, that's your category chosen, social life. And below this particular text, we're going to have a view, which in turn is going to have your text, which is going to show your item dot account over here. As you can see, money was spent from the cash. So here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all item dot note is present, and here initialize a text for the note. I'm going to say show the note over here. It should say party, I guess. Yeah, so there you go, we're able to see that. Let's pass on the style for this text. I'm going to say font size of 14. So font size of 14, and then a color of gray. Apart from that, I'm going to pass in a margin top value of 2. Yeah, that's looking fine. And for the account part, I'm going to say style over here, font size of 14, and then color of gray. Save the file. Yeah, so it's looking fine. Let's target the style for this one. I'm going to say style over here, font size of 13, color of gray, and we're going to say min width of 70. Save. So there you go, that's looking fine. Let's pass on the style for the view. This in turn is going to have a flex direction of row, and then align items of center. Apart from that, we're going to give it a gap of 30. Save the file. So there you go, that's looking cool. And for the margin and for your pressable, let's provide some margin so that it's almost touching the top text. We need to space that out. So here I'm going to say margin top of, let's say 18. Save. So as you can see, that's looking cool. And towards the right hand side, we're going to show whatever expenses we had. So just below this particular view, that is over here, we're going to show your text. This in turn is going to take in your rupee symbol initially. Let's initialize that. That is over here, and I'm going to say number of your item dot amount. So I'm passing a number over here because if you would remember, item dot amount is a string and the to fixed won't work on a string. That's the reason we need to access the number over here. Dot to fixed of 2. Save. So there you go, we're able to see that 2500 price being shown onto the screen, which is good. So here for the view, I'm going to give it a flex of 1. So we push that amount towards the rightmost part. So target the middle view. I'm going to say flex of 1. Save. So as you can see, automatically it went towards the rightmost part, which is looking really good. So format once. Let's pass on the style for this. I'm going to say style over here, and this in turn is going to have color. I'm going to check if my item dot type is going to be equals to expense. Then it's going to be this color code. That is going to be EB 6105. Else it's going to be 057, and we're going to pass in 8EB. Okay, save. So there you go. Since this was an expense, we're able to show this as an expense over here. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. So let's try to add an income and let's see how exactly it's going to work. So plus button, I'm going to say income, amount is going to be, let's say 10,000. Okay, category, let's say I've got a salary. Account, let's say into the bank accounts. Note, I'm just going to say salary over here. So I'm going to say salary, and then let's press on save over here. So there you go, we're coming back to the previous screen. Let's try to save the file so that we get the updated changes. So there you go, it's working absolutely fine. We're able to see the next expense also being shown onto the screen. So as you can see, total income for this particular day is going to be 10,000 and total expense is going to be 2,500, and this is your second expense that we just added, that is your bank accounts and then salary. So yeah, this part is working absolutely fine. So now the next step is, let's actually calculate your total expense, total income, and then the total, and then show it over here. And apart from that, actually we can look into the next part, that is, which is simple itself. We can actually start styling out the profile screen, which is pretty simple to do. There is nothing much, just the UI part. So let's look into that. Let's first of all finish this part, that is, let's calculate the dynamic values for your expense, income, as well as the total amount remaining. So first of all, let's initialize our total income and let's calculate that. So I'm going to say const total income is going to be equals to your expenses. Let's access that, and over here I'm going to apply the filter method, and for each expense that is present here I'm going to say expense dot type should be equals to income. And after we get all of the required expenses based on the filter that we have applied, we're going to apply the reduce method to calculate the sum. So I'm going to say reduce total comma expense. This is going to be equals to total plus parse float of your expense dot amount, and let's also provide in our initial value for the reduce method, that is going to be 0. That is just over here. Okay, let's format once and then let's try to save the file. So now let's write it for the second one. So I'm going to say const total expense is going to be equals to, again, expenses dot apply your filter method, and for each expense over here again your expense dot type, this time it should be equals to expense itself, and you're going to apply your reduce method. Okay, so for total and then your expense, it's going to be equals to total plus expense dot amount. And over here as well, yeah, I forgot to add the parse float, so here I'm going to say total plus parse float of expense dot amount, and we're going to write in the initial value, that is 0. That's going to be the sum initially. So let's format once and then let's scroll down to the point, that is where we have our expense as well as the income along with your total towards the rightmost part. So here, yeah, below that, as you can see, by default we are hard coding the value. Let's make it look dynamic. First of all, for the expense, so here I'm going to say it's going to be total expense dot, I'm going to say 2 fixed of 2 to get the decimal values up to 2 digits. Save the file. So there you go. Total expense for this particular month, that is February, as of now is 2500. You can actually calculate it because we have only added expense for the first of Saturday and it is showing correctly, that is 2500. Next, let's make the change for the income part. Here I'm gonna say total income dot 2 fixed of 2. Let's try to save the file. So there you go. Total income for this month is 10,000 rupees because we've only added one expense, and that expense is going to contain your income as well, so which is 10,000. That's the total income for this particular month. Okay, yeah, so this is working absolutely fine. So now the next step is going to be your total amount remaining. So that's going to be equals to your total income minus your total expense, considering the fact that your income is always greater than your expense. We are minusing this. Okay, else it would obviously go into the negative numbers. So here I'm going to say total income minus your total expense. So it should be somewhere around 8,500. Yeah, sorry, 7,500. So there you go. So 7,500 is your total amount remaining after calculating your total expense as well as your total income. Yeah, so even that part is being shown correctly fine, which is good. And let's add your 2 fixed as well. So let's say like this, and then 2 fixed of 2. Yeah, so there you go. That's looking fine. Let's format once and then let's save the file. Yeah, so we have defined this part, that is the dynamic values of your expense, income, as well as your total amount remaining. So now the next step is, as soon as I add, let's say, a expense and then come back to the screen, automatically we should be able to show the updated expense, that is the expense that was added. Let's try that out. So today the date is 2nd of Saturday, that is for February. So I'm going to add a new expense, and that expense should come under 2nd of Saturday. So that's the reason I'm recording it on a different date. Okay, so let's do that, and let's also initialize this piece of function such that once when we come back from the create expense screen to your home screen, we need to see that updated expense being shown in the home screen. So for that, I'm going to make use of my use focus effect such that if this particular screen comes into focus, we're gonna call the fetch expenses again. So make sure to import that from React navigation, I guess. Yeah, from React navigation. So here I'm going to say use focus effect. So this in turn is going to have your use callback. Import that from React correctly. And this in turn is going to call your function that is going to be fetch expenses. So I'm going to say fetch expenses. So as in when your screen comes into the picture, that is whenever we come back to this particular screen, we would automatically call this particular function, that is fetch expenses. Let's give that a try. Let's save the file. Let's try to create an expense. I'm going to say plus over here. Let's try to create an expense. That is today's Monday, that is 3rd of February. I'm going to create an account. I'm going to press on the amount, and then let's say 1250. I'm going to say okay. Next is the category. Let's say we have spent on food, and account is going to say you've spent it on cash. Note, let's say dinner or lunch, and I'm going to press on save. So there you go. Automatically that expense was saved, and automatically we came back to the previous screen, and we are able to show the updated expense that is added over here. That is 3rd of February, and then it is Monday. Okay, and as you can see, the total expense for this particular day is 1250. That is the one which I added currently, and the total income for this particular day is currently 0 because there was no kind of expense that is of type income that was added on 3rd of February, right? Yeah, so this part is working absolutely fine. Let's go on to the profile screen and then finish designing that up. That is pretty simple itself. So over here, let's head back to our profile screen. So here we're going to have a bunch of icons, and we're going to have few texts as well. So initially safe area view as well as your scroll view. So let's make use of your safe area view over here. Save the file. So let's start giving the style for this. I'm going to say style over here. Initially it's going to have a padding top. So I'm going to say padding top if my platform dot os is equals to, let's say, Android, then in this case it's going to be 35, else it's going to be 0. Okay, apart from that I'm going to give it a flex of 1 and then a bg of white. Save the file. So as you can see, that is looking cool. Let's format once and let's remove this. So this in turn is going to have your scroll view. Within this we're going to have a view being initialized, and within that another view which in turn is going to contain your iron icons. So I'm going to say iron icons. The name is going to be calculator outline. And we're going to pass in the size for this. So size in turn is going to be, let's say, 24, and this is going to be the color, that is 282828. And apart from that we're going to have your text being initialized. So this in turn is going to say calculator box. Let's pass on the style for this. So style is going to be font size of 15. Let's make sure we import our iron icons from any of the screens. So import that over here, and let's try to save the file. So there you go, we're able to see that icon onto the screen, which is good. Let's pass on the style over here. For the view, this in turn is going to have a flex of row. So flex direction row, align items of center, and then we're going to give it a gap of 15. Okay, not 15, 10. Yeah, so that's looking fine. Let's target this particular view. So I'm going to say style, padding of, let's say, 12, flex of row, not flex of row, flex of column, and then a gap of 15 between all of the children over here. Save. So now let's initialize this view a couple of times to render the other designs. So the next one is going to be PC manager. So I'm going to say PC manager, and over here we're going to say laptop outline. So laptop outline and then save. So as you can see, that's looking fine. After that, the next one is going to be help. So here it's going to be help circle outline icon. So I'm going to say help circle outline, save. Yes, so that's looking fine. Below that, we're going to have the feedback. All right, so this is going to say document text outline. Let's make the change for this. So document text outline, save the file. All right, so the final one is going to be rate it. So here I'm going to say rate it, and here we're going to have the heart outline icon and then save the file. Yeah, so this was the initial part. So after this particular view, we're going to have another piece of view, which in turn is going to have a text which says category / your accounts. So let's try to save the file. So this in turn is basically going to have a slide background color. So initially padding of 12 and background of this color code, that is E0 E0 E0, and then margin vertical of let's say 10. Alright, so for this particular text I'm going to say style over here. This in turn is going to have a color of let's say 2828 and then 28. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now below this we're going to have again a bunch of icons that is going to follow this similar design. So just initialize that and we're going to paste it over here, save. All right, let's make the change for each of them according to whatever is there over here. Okay, so it's going to happen over here. The first one is going to be your income category setting. So I'm going to say income category setting, save the file. And the second one is going to be expense category setting. And below that we're going to have your account setting as well as the budget setting. So here I'm going to say account setting as well as your budget setting. So here I'm going to say budget setting. Let's try to save the file. Okay, and yeah, it's not going to have the fifth one. I'm just going to remove this. So not this one, and then let's try to save. Let's make the change for all of the icons. So starting off from the first one, it's going to be your cache multiple icon. So I'm going to say cache multiple, save. All right, I think this is going to be from your material design icons, not iron icons. I guess that's the reason it's not showing. Let's check if you have installed material design. Yeah, it is installed. So from the home screen you can initialize that. Let's come back to the profile screen and I'm going to paste it over here. So this is going to be material design icons, save. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So for the second one, it's going to be your cog refresh outline. So let me write that over here. So it's going to be cog refresh outline, save. Yeah, so it's looking fine. Below that we're going to have your note multiple outline. Okay, I think I made a mistake. Even for this it's going to remain same itself. For the third one it's going to be this one. So copy that, paste it over here, and this in turn is going to remain same for the second one as well. And for the final one it's going to be your note multiple outline. So here I'm going to say note multiple and then outline, and then let's try to save the file. Yeah, even this is going to come from your material design icons itself. So initialize that, save. Yeah, so this part is done, and let's initialize your next part of view, that is with your background color. initialize this, and below this part, this in turn is going to say settings now. So I'm going to say settings over here, save. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. So below this view, again, we're going to have a bunch of, of views that is for your icons as well as the text. Import that or copy this down, and then I'm going to paste it over here, save. Yeah, so starting off from the first one, we're going to have a backup and then passcode, alarm setting, and then style. So over here, we're going to say backup, and below that we're going to have passcode. Here I'm going to say passcode. Below passcode, we're going to have your alarm setting. So here I'm going to say alarm setting. Below alarm setting, we're going to have your style. Save. Yeah, so that's looking fine. So now for the backup, let's provide your icon. It's going to be your reload icon. So here I'm going to say reload, save. And below that, we're going to have your lock outline icon. So I'm going to say lock outline, save the file. Below your lock outline, I'm going to say bell outline. That is for your alarm setting. And below that, we're going to have your final icon. That is going to be your palette outline. That is for paint. So here I'm going to say not for paint, for style. So palette, save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So yeah, we have designed your profile screen in a simple way that is going to contain basically your UI elements itself. Let's format once and then let's try to save. Let's continue the next part. That is going to be your third profile. That is where we're going to show the accounts part. So this is basically going to show all of the remaining amounts in your cash as well as in your bank accounts. That is after your spendings or after your income as well. So let's go into the account screen and then let's start looking into the design of the account screen, which basically looks like this. So initially we're going to have your safe area view over here. That is instead of your account screen. Initialize that. Save the file. Let's come back over here. Alright, so this in turn is going to have a view which is going to say text and then accounts. Save. Let's pass on the style for the view. I'm going to say style over here, background color of white, and we're going to have some padding of 10. Let's format once. And for the text, let's pass on the style. I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a text align of center, and we're going to say font size of 15 and then font weight of 500. Save. Yeah, so there you go. That's looking fine. So below that, we're going to have the next part of the design. So before that, we're going to have the kind of divider that is going to happen in a self-enclosing view. So pass on the style for this. So initially a border color of this color code, that is E0, 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 and then a border width of let's say 0.4. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, a light border width is being shown over here, which is fine. And below that, we're going to have a view. This view in turn is going to have another view, which in turn is going to have a text which says assets. Below this, we're going to have another text. For now, I'm just going to hard code it. Save the file. So similarly, we're going to have the next one that is for your liabilities as well as your total price or the total amount. Let's copy this inner view 2 more times. So this is going to say liabilities. And yeah, even for this, for now, let it be hard coded. And this is going to say total price. And then let's try to save the file. So let's start off from the topmost design that is containing your, that is basically your parent container. So style, initially a flex of row, and then I'm going to give it some align items of center, some padding top value. So let's say padding top of 12. So padding bottom of 12 as well. And apart from that, justify of center, not center, space around, and then BG of white. Save. So there you go. That's looking fine. Let's format once. and let's start styling out your text parts. So initially for the assets, I'm going to say style over here. So font weight of 500, and then your color of this color code, that is 004953. Apart from that, we're going to have a text align of center. Save the file. So there you go. Assets are going to be in blue color, not a blue color, somewhat a kind of blue shade. Okay, so let's pass on the style for the next one, that is going to contain your price. This is going to have a slight margin top since it's almost touching your top text, and again text align of center. Let's write that. And apart from that, your color, it's going to be a blue shade, that is 057, and then we're going to have 8EB. Okay, then font size of 15 and font weight of 500. Save. So there you go, that's looking fine, which is looking good. So similarly, let's start styling out the remaining texts, that is for your liabilities and the price. Let's pass on the style over here, that is for your liabilities, font weight of 500, and then color of this color code, that is I think a red shade of color, not red shade, it is I think similar as the previous one. So it's going to be 00 and then 4953. Save, and let's pass on the style for this. So this is going to have similar styling as this one itself. So copy that down and make the change for the color. It's going to be, I think it's going to be same itself. No, it's going to have that orange shade. So let's make the change for that. So we can look into that particular shade, let's say into the home screen where we have our expenses designed. Yeah, this one. This is going to be a color, and I'm going to paste it over here. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. Let's also initialize our rupee symbol into your accounts part over here, as well as over here. Let's finally finish off styling your total part. So style over here. This in turn is going to have a font weight of 500, and we're going to have color of this color code, that is 004 and then 953. All right, and then text align of center. Save the file. And for this again, let's pass on the style. Initially margin top of 5, some text align of center, and we're going to have font size of 15 and then font weight of 500. So there you go, that's looking fine. So this is your initial design, and below that we're going to have your cash, accounts, bank accounts, and then your card. Let's format once. So finally, after that, over here, let's initialize the view. This again is going to be a self-enclosing view, that is for the border part. So initialize your style, and this in turn is going to have your border color, that is E0, 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 and then a border width of 0.8. So as you can see, you're able to see that slide border being shown onto the screen, which is fine. So below that, let's start styling out your remaining design. So initially we're going to have a view. This view in turn is going to have another view, and here we're going to have two pieces of text. So this is going to say cash, and here I'm going to say text. Here let's write in some hard-coded value for now, and later once when we get in all of the required details, we're going to make it look dynamic. Okay, save. So below this particular view, we're going to have another view which again says cash. Even this as well, it's going to remain as is. Let's start giving the design for each of the view. So I'm going to say style over here. This in turn is going to have a flex of row, and then align items of center, justify content of space between, and then some padding of 12. For the next one, it's going to remain as is, just that we're going to give it a BG of white. So yeah, just copy down this piece of code, initialize it over here, and give it a BG of white. I mean within the container, that's within the style part. So background and then white. So there you go, that's looking fine. And for the color, it's going to be, I think, the previous shade of orange, that is this one. So pass on the color for both of the texts that is present over here. Style, or not for this one, for the amount. So style color is going to be this. Same thing happens over here as well, and then save. So similarly, we're going to have the next part that is for your accounts and then the bank accounts. So you could initialize your both the views, paste it over here, save the file. So let's make the change. This in turn is going to say accounts, and this is going to be your bank accounts. So I'm going to say bank accounts, and then let's try to save. So as you can see, that's looking fine. This is going to have a blue shade of color for your texts. So let's get that is there over here. Copy this down and let's make the change over here. So the same thing over here as well, then save. So yes, as you can see, that's looking fine. So the remaining two parts is for the card. So currently we do not have anything as such implemented for the card. So as of now, we're just gonna hard code it. Okay. So let's initialize both of these views and let's copy them down. And we're just gonna paste it over here below this. This in turn is gonna say card. This also is gonna say card over here. Save the file. Yeah, so this is gonna have colors of black. So let's remove this. Automatically it should apply the color, and the same thing goes over here as well. Alright, so let's make this look dynamic. Let's get in all of the values. So initially we need access to the expense over here as well. So let's head back to the home screen, initialize your endpoint, that is this piece of code, and then let's come back to your account screen and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so make sure to import both the things, use state as well as use effect, and we also need access to your expenses. I'm going to say const expenses comma set expenses is going to be equals to use state. Initially it would be equal to an empty array, and we do not have anything as current date over here. Let's remove that, and then let's import Axios. Okay, I think I copied down the wrong endpoint. So here, this is the endpoint to get for a particular month. So this expects basically a date which you do not have currently in this particular screen. So here, this screen is going to contain your total assets and total liabilities. That means not based on a particular month, but for all of the expenses that you have created until now. Okay, so we need to create that endpoint initially. That's going to be simple itself. So here I'm going to say app.get, and then it's going to be / all expenses, and this in turn is going to have your async method with your request and the response and callback. Initially let's pass on our try and then catch of error. So console.log error with that particular error, and I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with your error message being error getting expenses. Here it's going to be simple itself. Just initialize your expenses. I'm going to say const expenses is going to be equals to await access your expense model, and I'm going to say find method. Just pass in an empty object. This would give you all of your expenses inside of your expenses collection. After you get that, I'm going to say result.status of let's say 200.json with your expenses. Save the file, and let's make the change over here, that is inside of your account screen. So there is no need of passing any information. Here instead of expenses, it's going to be all expenses. So here I'm going to say all expenses, and then let's try to save the file. Let's actually check if at all we're getting all of the expenses. So console.log some value and then expenses. Save. So there you go, we're getting all of the expenses from your backend part, that is from the expenses collection. So with the help of this, let's initialize all of our required things. So initially I'm going to pass in my two things, that is total income as well as your total expense, that is from your home screen. That is going to remain as is, no more changes. So that is this one, and I'm going to initialize it over here. Okay, yeah, so apart from this, I'm going to also initialize my other statement, that is for your total amount spent on cash. So here I'm going to say const total spent cash is going to be equals to expenses dot apply a filter method. So for each expense, here your expense dot type should be equals to expense, and apart from this, even this condition should also match, that is your expense dot account should be equals to your cash. Then here we're going to apply your reduce method for your total as well as your amount or your expense. To calculate the total, it's going to be equals to total plus your parse float of expense dot amount. That's how we access it. And initially let's pass in an initial value of 0. Let's format once and then let's save the file. So this is your statement for calculating the total amount spent on cash. And let's scroll down over here, and for the assets part, let's pass in the value, that is a dynamic value. It's going to be equals to total income dot fixed, total income dot to fixed. So I'm going to say total income dot to fixed of, let's say, 2 save. So as you can see, this is your complete income, that is your assets, and this in turn is going to be equals to total expense dot to fixed. So here I'm going to say total expense dot to fixed of 2 save. Yeah, that's looking fine. And yeah, this is going to be your total income minus total expense. So here I'm going to initialize number of your total income minus your total expense, and this is going to say dot to fixed of your 2 save. So there you go, total assets till now is 10,000 rupees, total liabilities, that is total amount spent, is 3,750, and total is your 6,250. The next one is your total cash spent. We've already calculated that over here, that is with the help of this statement. So make sure you use that particular variable. Scroll down, and for your cash part, that is over here, I'm going to say total spent cash dot to fixed of 2. The same thing is going to happen over here as well. It's essentially the same value itself. Save. So there you go. As far as now, the total amount you have spent on cash is 3,750. So the next one we need to calculate is your bank account balance. Okay, so for that I'm going to initialize my state at the top. So let's say over here I'm going to say const bank account balance comma set bank account balance is going to be equals to use state initially 0. So let's define the function, that is calculate total. So for that, here I'm going to say const, or you could actually define it with the help of use effect as well. So use effect, this is dependent upon expenses. Here I'm going to say calculate total. So here I'm going to say const calculate total is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm gonna initialize my balance. I'm gonna say const bank balance is going to be equals to 0, and let's say expenses dot for each expense. Here I'm going to get in three things, that is account, amount, and then the type. So const account and then const amount as well as your type is going to be equals to expense. Just try to destructure it like this. Let's get in your numeric value. I'm going to say const numeric amount is going to be equals to parse float of your amount. So here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all your account is going to be equals to your bank account. If this is the case, then over here I'm going to say bank balance. Over here furthermore we need to check if at all your type is going to be equals to expense. If it's going to be equals to expense, then we need to minus it. If it is not equals to expense, if it is equals to income, we need to increase the bank balance. So here I'm going to say if my type is equals to expense, then in this case your bank balance minus equals to your numeric amount, that is for that particular expense, whatever is there, we need to minus it from the bank balance. Else if your type is equals to income, in this case we just need to increase the bank balance based on that particular expense dot amount. So for that case I'm going to say bank balance plus equals to your numeric amount. Okay, that's it. So after this is done, just try to update the state of your set bank balance amount or set bank account balance, that is over here, of your bank balance. That's it. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so now let's try to show that particular variable in your text part. Okay, so it's going to be bank account balance dot to fixed of 2. Let's scroll down, and over here, so we're going to say bank account balance dot to fixed dot to fixed of 2. Save the file. So as you can see, bank account balance is 10,000 as of now, and let's also show it over here as well. Save. Yeah, so there you go, that's working absolutely fine. Yeah, so therefore the total amount that is present in the bank account is 10,000, because we have only spent on expenses, that is by making use of cash and not by making use of bank account. So that's the reason the cash is as is, so it's showing correctly itself. So yeah, we have completed designing your accounts tab as well. So now the next step is we could actually design your calendar part, that is this one, or you could actually design your stats part as well, where you have three tabs: your stats, budget, and then your note. And based on whatever tab you are in, that is your income or your expense, we need to show this kind of pie chart onto the screen with all of your different items being shown over here. Okay, so I think let's start designing the second tab, that is your stats tab, where we need to design your budget as well as your stats. Okay, we also need to show whatever items you have spent on, that is for income as well as expense. So let's look into this. So let's start looking into the design of your stat screen. That is going to happen over here. So initially, instead of my stat screen, I'm just going to initialize few variables that are going to be required for the design part. So I'm going to say const current date comma set current date is going to be equals to use state. Import that from React, and initially it would be pointing to moment. Import moment from moment such. Alright, so over here I'm going to initialize my index. I'm going to say const index comma set index is going to be equals to use state, and initially it would be pointing to 0. And next one is for the options. As you can see, we have 3 options: stats, budget, and then note. So to check that particular value, I'm going to say const option comma set option is going to be equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to, let's say, stats, and below that I'm going to have my expenses array. I'm going to say const expenses comma set expenses is going to be equals to use state, this also an initial empty array. Alright, so here now let's come back to your return block, and then let's start looking into the design part. So for this, before that, I think we need to install few dependency that we're going to use. That is for the tab bar, because we can slide through each of the tab bar that's present. Okay, that is your stats, budget, as well as the note. So for that, initially let's not your stats and budget, your income as well as expense based on that. So first, initially let's start styling out our stats, budget, as well as the note. So here I'm going to initialize my safe area view. So let's make use of the safe area view instead of the normal view. Save. Yeah, so that's looking fine, and let's pass on the style over here. I'm going to say style flex of 1. Save, and let's pass on the view over here. This view in turn is going to have another view, which in turn is going to have a pressable with a text, and make sure to import pressable from React Native. So this text is going to say stats. Similarly, I'm going to copy down for the budget as well as the note. So this is going to be for your budget, and this is going to say note. Save. So now let's start giving the style for the pressable. So initially background color, so if my option is equals to, let's say, stats, then in this case it's going to be white, else it's going to be E0 E0 E0. Okay, apart from that, I'm going to give some padding as well, some internal spacing of 12, flex of 1, and then border radius of 12. Save the file. So let's give the style for the text. It should be in orangish color if at all it's selected. So I'm going to say style over here. So initially text align of center, and color if my option equals to stats, then in this case it's going to be orange, else it's going to be 606060. Save the file. Okay, so let's do the same thing for all of the remaining pressables. Then we should be able to see all of them onto the screen once when we style the view. So initialize this over here. This is going to have different condition, that is for budget. This is going to be for your note. So let's do the same thing for the text part as well. So this is for budget, and this is for your note. Format once, save the file. Let's pass on the style for the view. So initially give it a background color of this color code, and we're going to have a flex of row, and then align items of center, a gap of 20, border radius of 12. Save the file. So there you go, it's looking exactly the same. Let's provide some padding to the outermost view to space it out a little bit. So here I'm going to say padding of 12. So yeah, that's looking good. Let's also initialize our on press for each of the pressable. I'm going to say on press, take an option, a function, and here I'm going to say set option to be off, stats. Copy that and paste it for the remaining pressables. This is going to say budget and this is going to say note. Format and then save. Let's give this a try. So there you go, we're able to switch between each of the options. That is good. So now the next step is we're going to install a few dependencies that are required, that is for the tab, so that we could switch between income and expense based on whatever is selected. So let's come down to the terminal over here. Here I'm going to say yarn add React Native tab view and then press on enter. Alright, so this is installed. Let's check that out in the package.json once. Yeah, so React Native tab view is installed. Apart from that, I'm going to install React Native pager view as well. That is this one. Press on enter. Alright, even this is installed. So apart from that, for your charts part, that is for your charts design, you're going to make use of React Native SVG charts. So I'm going to install that as well. So yarn add React Native SVG charts and then press on enter. Apart from this, I'm going to install React Native SVG as well. So yarn add React Native SVG, enter. Alright, so these are the required dependencies for your start screen. Let's do a pod install and then reload our application. So here I'm going to say pod install and then enter. So as you can see, it's installing both of them, React Native SVG as well as the pager view. Yeah, so it's complete. Let's press on the terminal and then I'm going to open up on the iOS simulator. Let's wait for a couple of minutes to load the application. Alright, so the app has been loaded. Let's come back to our start screen, and if at all budget option is selected, we are going to show the month design over here. So I'm just going to copy that from the previous screen and I'm going to paste it just below your view over here. So yeah, just like this. That is, if my option equals to budget, initialize a view, and this design we have already previously designed in the home screen. So let's initialize that. It's going to be the exact same thing. So copy this down, handle previous month as well as the handle next month. Paste it over here. And set current date is already initialized. So we need to import your icon, that is material design icons. So let's import that. And I'm going to paste it over here. So save the file. Okay, not sure why we're not able to see anything onto the screen. Let's reload once. Okay, I think because stats was selected, let's select budget. Yeah, so there you go. We're able to see that onto the screen and we're able to switch between each of the months as well. Yeah, so that's working fine. So now the next step is we need to start designing this kind of tab view. So for that, below your options, I'm going to initialize my tab view. That is the dependency that we just initialized. So tab view, import this, and this in turn is going to have a bunch of options. Initialize your navigation state. This is going to be your index as well as your routes. So index is already initialized, that is index comma set index, that's going to be the value. And below your navigation state, we're going to have your render scene method. Here I'm going to say render scene, and apart from that, I'm going to say on change index. On index change itself, this is the correct one. On index change, I'm going to say just set the index, and I'm going to say initial layout is going to be taken a width and it's going to be 100%. Okay, and I'm going to say render tab bar. This in turn is going to take in the props. Here basically I'm going to initialize my single tab bar. This also import from React Native tab view, and this in turn is going to take in all of your props. So I'm going to say props over here, and I'm going to say indicator style. So this in turn is going to take in your PG color, that is going to be black. Okay, and I'm going to pass in style. So here your background color is going to be white, format. Apart from this, I'm going to pass in my label style. I'm going to say label style is going to be font weight of bold, and I'm going to say active color is going to be black, inactive color is going to be gray. So now the next step is let's define the roots as well as your render scene method. So let's scroll up over here, and here I'm going to say const roots is going to be equals to, or you can actually initialize it in form of a state. So I'm going to say const roots comma set roots is going to be equals to use state. Here I'm going to pass in all of the values. So initially key, that is going to be edit, and apart from that I'm going to say title is going to be income for this. And the next one is going to be again another object. Here I'm going to say key, that is going to be equals to view, and here title is going to be equals to view as well. Format, then save. Yeah, so render scene doesn't exist. Let's write the code for that. I'm going to say const render scene is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the routes basically, that is your route, and here I'm just going to say switch based on your route.key. I'm going to say route.key. Here I'm going to say case edit. If at all this tab is selected, then we're going to show this component. I'm going to say return edit profile. Here I'm going to say case view. Here also I'm going to say return a different component. Let's say view profile over here. Let's define both of them over here. I'm going to say const edit profile is going to be a normal arrow function. Here let's say I just have a view and a text over here. Same thing goes for the next one, that is your view profile. Save the file. Alright, so not sure why we're not able to see that onto the screen. So I think I found out the issue. I think basically this particular design should come actually below your view. That is, this one should come below this view. That's the reason it's actually not showing onto the screen. So let's make that change. Let's format and then save. So there you go. Now we're able to see your income as well as your view. Okay, so I think we have to change that part. So apart from income, we're gonna have the expense, I guess, not the view. So let's make the change for that. Let's pass on expense over here. Okay, yeah, that's looking fine. So now let's start designing our edit profile as well as your view profile. So basically in your budget, if your expense is selected, we need to show all of the expenses, and for income is selected, we need to show all of the income part. So initially inside of your budget part, that is if this is selected, we need to start showing all of the income for this particular month. So let's come back over here. That is where we have income. Okay, so actually let's change the name because it's kind of confusing. That's with the component name. I've just used it from the previous application. So that's the reason it is kind of confusing. So let's say initially income over here, and this is just going to say expense. The same thing goes over here. Change this. This is going to become income. This is going to become expense. Alright, so now let's get started. Save the file. So now initially for your income, let's start writing the condition that is to show the design. So before that, I think we need access to your expenses part, that is your data, that is for your total expense. So let's actually get that. I don't think that's already initialized. So you're going to fetch that from your home screen. So it's going to be the exact same thing. So instead of the stat screen, I'm just going to paste it over here. So make sure to import use effect. And yeah, apart from that, we need to pass in a params, that is the date, and your date is going to be equals to current date dot format. So here I'm going to say const date is going to be equals to current date dot format of your month, and then year. Yeah. All right, and yeah, I've passed it over here, and import Axios from Axios, and yes, this is the URL. Let's try to save the file. Yeah, so we do have all of the required things. So let's start designing our income component. So initially for this, I'm gonna have the background color of white, so I'm gonna say bg white, and within that we're gonna have another view. So I'm gonna say view over here. So here I'm gonna first of all check if at all my condition, my option is equals to budget, then only I'm gonna show this design. I'm gonna say if my option is going to be equals to budget, and here I'm gonna render my view that is just like this, and within this view we're gonna have another view. So this view in turn is gonna have a view which is gonna contain a text within this. So here I'm gonna say text, this is gonna say remaining. So this is just for the UI part, so it's gonna be hard coded. I'm gonna say monthly, and it's gonna have another text below which is gonna say rupees 1000. Save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to see that onto the screen. And apart from that, below this particular view, we're gonna have a view. So here I'm gonna say view, and within this view I'm gonna say text, and below that I'm gonna say budget setting. Alright, let's format once and then let's try to save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see both of the texts being shown onto the screen. Let's start styling out the text over here. I'm gonna say style. This in turn is gonna have a color of gray, so I'm gonna say color gray, and then font size of 15, and for this one a slight margin top. I'm gonna say margin top of 8, and then font size of let's say 19, and apart from that I'm gonna give it a font weight of 500, and furthermore I'm gonna say letter spacing is gonna be 0.5. So let's try to save the file. Yeah, as you can see, that's looking fine. So for the view, let's pass on the styling. It's gonna look something like this, that is with a different kind of background color. So I'm gonna say style over here, initially some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and bg of this color code, that is e0 e0 e0, and then we're gonna provide a padding is already given, then border radius of 8. I'm going to say border radius 8, and then align self is going to be of flex start. Okay, let's format once. So now let's go on to the topmost view and then pass on the styling, that is this particular view. Here I'm going to say style, so I'm going to give it a flex of row, so flex direction row, and then align items of center. Apart from that, justify of space between, some padding of 12. Save. So there you go, just like that, it's looking nice. So now below that we're going to show all of the expenses that is in the form of an income for this particular month. Right, so that's going to happen just below your view, that is over here. I'm just going to say expenses dot, let's say filter apply. Let's say initially filter, because we need to filter out the type. Here I'm going to say for every item, your item dot type should be equals to income, because this is your income tab. And after that I'm going to map over it for every item and then the index. Here let's say I'm going to show a pressable. Alright, so within the pressable I'm going to show my view. Within the view I'm going to have my text being initialized, which says item.category, and below that it's going to be item.amount towards the rightmost part. So here I'm going to say again text. This is going to say item dot it's going to be amount, and I'm going to say dot to fixed. Initially we need to pass in number because this is in the form of a string actually. So here I'm going to say number of item dot amount dot to fixed of 2. Save the file. So as you can see, for this month we just have one income, that is of 10,000, and apart from that there are no income, so that's the reason we are showing only 10,000 over here, which is good. So now let's start styling out the pressable. I'm going to say style over here. So here basically I'm going to give it some background of white again, and I'm going to give it a border top color. So border top color of this color code, that is E0, 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 as well as your border top width, that's going to be 0.6, and padding is going to be a 14. Save. So as you can see, just like that, it's looking fine. Let's start styling out the view over here. So for this I'm going to give it a flex of row, and then I'm going to pass on align items of center. Apart from that I'm going to give it justify of space between. Save. Yeah, that's looking fine. Let's start styling out your text part. So initially the first one that contains your category, I'm going to give it a font weight of 500. Let's format once. Save the file. Yeah, so apart from that, for the second text it's going to remain as is, so no more changes for that. Yeah, so this part is done. So now the next step is, if at all your option is going to be equals to stats, then we're going to show your render pie chart over here. So yeah, before that let's start styling out your next component, where we need to show the expenses over here, right? That's going to happen over here. So again, it's going to remain simple as is, the entire same design, except one condition is going to change over here. Instead of income, we're going to make use of expense. So just copy down the same design that we had in the income. So apart from that, just paste it over here and just make one change. Instead of checking for income, check for your expense. Save the file. So as you can see, just like that, it's working absolutely fine. We had two expenses as of now. So expense 1 was social party, expense 2 was your salary, not salary, your food. So that is 1250 as well as 2500. So you're able to see that total expense for this particular month, and it's looking absolutely fine. Yeah, so this part is done. So now the next step is, if at all you choose your stats tab, we need to check if at all we are in expense tab or we are in income tab. Depending upon that, we need to render your pie chart. Let's initially show it for the expense tab, because we're already in the expense condition or your expense component. So yeah, basically we're gonna design that. That's gonna happen over here. Here I'm gonna say if my option is gonna be equals to stats and here let me render my view. So we will write the code for one thing and we're going to copy it down for the other one, that is for the income, right? It's going to remain as is except for a particular condition. Here I'm going to say render pie chart expense. Okay, so this is going to be a component, and we're going to start rendering the component at the top part of the page. So let's say over here. So here I'm going to say const render pie chart expense is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. So here initially I'm going to get in all of my data as well as my method to check in or get in a random color each time a particular thing is saved. So as you can see over here in the design, we do have the pie chart, and this color is not obvious that this one is going to show each time. because we have initialized random color, and it is going to show up a different random color each time when they load onto this particular screen. So for that reason, I'm just going to get in my data as well as my random color. So I'm just going to paste it over here, so you can pause for a second and then you can look into it. Let's format once. So this would initialize your data, that is an array of numbers with positives and negatives, and this would give you a particular random color each time. So now let's initialize our pie data to show it into the pie chart. So I'm going to say const pie data is going to be equals to access your expenses dot apply your filter method, and since this is a part of your expense, we need to filter for the expense. I'm going to say for expense, our expense dot type should be equals to your expense. Okay, and I'm going to apply the map method, and for every expense comma your index, here I'm going to pass in my value. So the value is going to be equals to your parse float of expense dot amount. So I'm going to say expense dot amount. Yeah, and apart from that, we need to pass in the svg, that is going to be in the form of an object. And apart from that, I'm going to pass in my svg, that is going to be in the form of an object. This is going to take in your fill in the sense the color you want to fill. So basically in our case, it's going to be your random color that we have just initialized at the top, and apart from that, it's going to take in the on press, and I'm going to say on press just console.log of index. So here I'm just going to take in a function, and here I'm going to say console.log of press, and I'm going to pass in my index over here. Okay, and apart from that, we're going to pass in the key. So let's say I'm just going to pass in the pi index. I'm going to say pi and then hyphen $index. Index is going to come from here basically. Apart from your key, we're going to pass in your category, that is going to be your expense dot category. Below that, we're going to pass in the price, that is going to be equals to your expense dot amount. Let's try to format once. So once after initializing your pie data, let's return the pie chart. So here I'm going to say return. I'm going to initialize my view initially. Within this, I'm going to have my pie chart, and make sure to import pie chart from React Native SVG pie charts, and this is going to be basically a self-enclosing tag, I guess. Yeah, so for the pie chart, is going to take in few values, that is your style, let's say height of 200, and I'm going to pass on the data. This is compulsory. So here I'm going to say data, that is going to be equals to your pie data. Alright, so below this, I'm going to say pie data.map. So this is basically to show all of this designs over here, right? This is for your pie chart. This is for your design to show each expenses. I'm going to say pie data dot map for every data as well as your index. Here let's say I'm going to render my view, and within your view I'm going to have my another view being initialized, and this view in turn is going to have another view, and furthermore we're going to have another view, that is 4 views totally for now. Within this, we're going to have your text. So I'm going to say text over here. This in turn is going to show your data value divided by expense. This in turn is basically going to show your percentage. I'm going to make use of my math dot. So basically this value is going to show up your percentage part. So I'm going to say initially I'm going to make use of my math dot round method. I'm going to say round. It's going to be your data dot value divided by your total expense. So I think we need to calculate our total expense. So let's go at the top and then let's define that. Let's say over here, or maybe over here. I'm going to say const total expense is going to be equals to your expenses dot apply your filter method. So dot filter, and over here for every expense, I'm just going to say expense dot type should be equals to your expense. Okay, dot reduce. I'm going to take in total as well as your expense over here, and it's just going to be equals to total plus expense dot amount. Here I'm going to say total plus, I'm going to make use of my parse float as well, parse float of expense dot amount. Initially I'm going to pass in a initial value of 0. Let's come down over here to the method, and it's going to be total expense multiplied by 100. That's how we calculate your percentage part. Okay, so let's try to save the file. So there you go. Automatically, as soon as I saved the file, we were able to see your pie chart, as well as, okay, there is some issue with this part. It is giving not a number. So yeah, let's look into that. So let's actually style out the remaining part. Below this, I'm going to have my text being initialized. That's going to show your category. So here I'm going to say data.category. Save. Yeah, that is being shown correctly. As you can see, for each time I save the file, it is going to give me a random color. So yes, apart from your data.category, we're going to have the next part, that is below this particular view. This in turn is going to have your price for that particular thing. So I'm going to say text. Again, I'm going to make use of my number value. It's going to be data.price, and it's going to be .to fixed of 2. Save. Yeah, so everything's working fine except for your percentage part. Let's initially style out everything, and then let's look into this issue. So first of all, I'm going to start styling out your view that contains your text. So here I'm going to say background is going to be equals to your data.svg.fill. So whatever color is there at the top, the same color is going to be applied for this as well for that particular category. Apart from that, align self of, let's say, flex start. And furthermore, I'm going to say padding vertical. So I'm going to say padding vertical of 4 and padding horizontal of 8. Width is going to be 50. Border radius is going to be 5. So there you go. As you can see, we have two colors, and the same color is going to be shown for each of the percentage. That's looking fine. So for your text, it's going to be in white color. Initialize the text over here. Initialize the style for the text. This in turn is going to have a font size of, let's say, 13, and it's going to have, let's say, a text align of center. Apart from that, it's going to have a color of white. Furthermore, it's going to have font weight of 500. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now let's start passing on the style for the category, that is for this particular text. I'm going to say style over here, and here I'm going to give it a font size of 15, and then text align of center. Let's pass on the style for the outermost view to make it look properly fine. So it's going to be for your second view, that is this one. It's going to have flex of row, align items of center, as well as justify space between. Okay, I think this should come within this part. Yeah, that's looking fine. So pass on the style for this as well. That is a flex of row, align items of center, as well as, let's say, a gap of 7. Alright, for this I'm going to give it some padding of 12. Okay, yeah, so there you go. That's working absolutely fine. Let's format once, save the file. So now let's look into the part that is why your your percentage is not working fine. So it should be basically mat.round date.value. Sorry, it should be data. I think that's the issue. Hopefully, data.value divided by total expense multiplied by 100. So there you go. That's working absolutely fine. Let's pass on the percentage symbol over here. All right. Okay, I think I missed a bracket. Let's just add in that additional bracket over here. That is a parenthesis. So as you can see, that's looking cool. So format and then save. And let's say I give some margin top to this, since it's almost touching the top part of the text or top part of the design. So margin top of 20. Yeah, that should look good. Yeah, so we have completed designing your expense part, that is for the showing of pie chart. And once you come to budget, it is showing absolutely fine for your complete expense. That is for your complete income as well as your complete expense for that particular month. So let's actually finish designing it for your income as well. Let's come back to the previous component, that is your income component. Here again, I'm going to initialize my condition and then show the design for your pie chart. So let's scroll down over here, and here I'm going to say if my option is going to be equals to stats, then in that case I'm going to say and here I'm going to say view. So this view in turn is going to have another component, that is render pie chart. So I'm just going to initialize the code for this. Okay, here I'm going to pass on style, that is margin vertical of 10. So let me just get the code for the render pie chart. It's going to be simple. It's going to be as is the same design that we have given for the render pie chart expense, just that we're going to check the condition for the income instead of checking the condition for your expense as in the previous case. So I'm just going to copy that down and then paste it over here. Let's say just below or just above this one. Okay, so as you can see, it's going to remain as is, except for one condition. Instead of expense, it should be income over here. Let's try to save the file. Total income doesn't exist. Okay, total income is for this part. Let's make the change for that. So previously, if you remember, we had one variable for total expenses. Here we need total income. So let's write that down. I'm going to say const total income is going to be equals to expenses dot apply filter method. So for each expense, let's say your expense dot type should be equals to your income dot apply your reduce method, and for every total as well as your expense, here I'm going to say total plus parse float of your expense dot amount, and let's pass on the initial value. That's going to be initially 0 for the reduce method. Let's format once. So this is basically going to be your total income. Save the file. Let's give it a try now. So there you go, we do have the income being shown. That is, since we had only one income, that is your salary for this particular month, which is 10,000, we are able to show that absolutely fine. Yeah, so we have successfully designed everything. So this is going to remain as is. This is going to be empty itself, nothing designing for the node part. So yeah, we have finished designing your complete stats part. So now let's move on to the final part, that is we need to show the calendar design, that is this part. And if at all for that particular day any expense or income was made, we need to show that design over here. So let's get started with the designing of your calendar. That is, once you come to the home screen and once you choose on calendar, you need to start showing that design over here. Let's come back to the home screen over here and let's start writing your condition for the calendar part. That is, if at all your option equals to calendar, then we're going to show this particular design. Let's scroll down, and where we have our condition, just below this, I'm going to say if my option is going to be equals to calendar and here I'm going to initialize my scroll view. Within the scroll view, let's pass on our view. So initially, as you can see, we have Sunday to Saturday. We need to show that design. So for that, over here I'm gonna make use of my array of strings containing all of the values, that is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, as well as Sunday. Okay, sorry, Saturday, I think it's right. I think I need to skip Sunday because we've already written till Saturday. Yeah, so here I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then index, I'm going to apply my map. So for each day and then in Here let's say I'm gonna initialize a text value. Within the text I'm just gonna show your day. Save the file. So as you can see, calendar was selected and we're able to see all of the days from from Sunday to Saturday. That's looking fine. Let's pass on the style for the text. This is gonna be an array of styles. Initially font size of let's say 13, font weight of 500, and I'm gonna give it let's say text align of center. Apart from that, I'm gonna give it your width. That's gonna be equals to your box width. Let's define the box width initially. It's gonna be equals to your screen width of 7 minus 8. So let's scroll up, and here I'm gonna say const screen width is going to be equals to dimensions dot get of your window dot width and const box width is going to be equals to screen width divided by 7 minus 8. Let's scroll down and let's continue writing the condition that is for your styles part. So width is going to be box width, padding block is going to be equals to 3. Format once, and as you can see over here, if day is going to be equals to Sunday, then orange color. If day is going to be equals to Sunday, then blue color. So that is going to happen over here. So that's going to happen over here. I'm going to say if day is equals to Sunday, then in this case and color is going to be equals to orange. Similarly, day is going to be equals to your Saturday, and color is going to be equals to blue. Save the file. So there you go, that's looking fine. Let's pass on the style for the view so that it comes into a row fashion completely. I'm going to say style over here. Here I'm going to give it a flex of row, so flex direction row, and then align items of center, or we could skip that. I'm going to give it justify of space between, margin bottom of let's say 8, and apart from that background color of this color code, and furthermore I'm going to give it padding vertical of 5. Save. So there you go, just like that, it's looking exactly the same and the design is looking nice as well. Format once and then let's try to save the file. So now below this we're going to show a flat list that is going to show the days for this particular month. So below the view I'm going to have my flat list being initialized. Import that from React Native. This in turn is going to take in the data that is going to be equals to days that we're going to just define in just a bit and pass on your key extractor. Here for every item as well as your index, let's say I'm going to show index dot toString over here. Okay, so apart from your key extractor, I'm going to pass in your render item. This in turn is going to say render day, and here I'm going to say number of columns. We need 7 columns for 7 days of the week. I'm going to say 7, and I'm going to say scroll enable is going to be false. So now let's define 2 things, your render day as well as your days. Let's go on to the top of the screen and then get in the days for this particular month, that is February. So here let's say I'm going to say const days is going to be equals to generate days for month of your current date. Okay, current date is already stored in state. So let's define the function that is const generate days for month. Here I'm going to say const generate days for month is going to take in the month, that is that particular month. Here it's going to be a normal function. Here I'm going to say const start of month is going to be equals to, I'm going to say month dot clone method. I'm going to say dot start of month. Similarly, I'm going to say calculate end of month. I'm going to say const end of month is going to be equals to month dot apply your clone method. This should again be dot end of your month. So now apart from that, the next step is you need to start the calendar from the Sunday of the week that the month starts in. So I'm going to say const start date is going to be equals to, I'm going to say start of month dot apply your clone method, and here I'm going to say dot start of week. And below this I'm going to say const end date is going to be equals to end of month dot clone, and this is going to say end of week. Alright, so now I'm going to initialize my days. I'm going to say const days is going to be equals to an empty array initially. I'm going to say let date is going to be equals to start date dot clone. Now the next step is here I'm going to apply my while loop, and I'm going to incorporate all of my days. That is for a particular month. I'm going to say while my date dot is before of your end date, and I'm going to pass in the day. This is the condition. Here I'm going to say days dot push. It's going to pass in your date. That's going to be your date dot clone. And here we're going to pass in your is current month is true or not. Is current month. So the condition is going to be if my date dot month is going to be equals to your selected month. Selected month dot month. So we need to define this, that is selected month. Let's do that over here. I'm going to say const selected month is going to be equals to, or actually we could actually initialize it in the form of a state. So I'm going to say const selected month comma set selected month is going to be equals to use state, and let's pass on moment initially to this. Yeah, so that's it. And apart from this, I'm just going to say date dot add of 1 comma day to get in each day one after the other, right? Apart from this, just try to return the days that would be stored inside of this particular values. So I'm going to say return days. Okay, so now the next step is we need to initialize our render day method to show that design onto the screen. So that's going to happen over here. I'm going to say const render day is going to take in your item, destructure that, and over here initialize your three conditions, that is if at all it's a Sunday, if at all it's a Saturday, if at all it is a today. So I'm going to say const is Sunday is going to be equals to if my item dot date dot day. If this is going to be equals to 0, then it is basically a Sunday. So I'm going to say const is Saturday. I'm going to write the condition that if at all my item dot date dot my day is going to be equals to 5. If this is true, then it is a Saturday. Not 5, it's going to be 6. Okay. Then I'm going to say const is today. So here I'm going to say if my item dot date dot is same as your moment comma your day. If this is true, then the is today is going to be true. Let's initialize your day key. I'm going to say const day key is going to be equals to item dot date dot your apply format method, and here I'm going to say day as well as your day. We are formatting it with this particular value dot apply your trim over here. So the next step is we need to initialize your day expenses. I'm going to say const day expenses is going to be equals to your grouped expenses of your day key. Okay, so your grouped expenses is already defined, I guess. That is this one. And we're going to pass in your day key to this. So for that particular day, we're going to get the required results. All right, so now the next step is initialize your total income. I'm going to say const total income is going to be equals to day expenses dot apply your filter method, and for every expense your expense dot type should be equals to income, and furthermore apply your reduce method. This in turn is going to take in your total as well as your expense, or expense, the value can be anything. Here I'm going to say total plus your parse float of expense dot amount, and initially pass in a initial value of 0 for the reduce method. Copy this down. Here I'm going to say const total expense is going to be equals to day expenses dot filter. For every expense dot type should be equals to income, expense in this particular case. Apart from that, this is going to remain as is, and furthermore we're going to calculate the total savings for that particular day. I'm going to say const total savings is going to be equals to your total income minus your total expense. So yeah, below this I'm going to show my design. So for that, initialize your return, show your pressable over here. So for the pressable, it's going to have two pieces of text. So this in turn is going to have your item date. So I'm going to say item dot date dot your date, and below this I'm going to check if at all my total income is greater than 0, then show the income, and furthermore if at all my total expense is greater than 0, then show that, and similarly if my total savings is greater than 0, then show that as well. Let's initialize a view for that. Let's come down over here. Yeah, so below this particular text I'm going to have my view being initialized. This view in turn is going to check the condition, that is if at all my total income is greater than 0, and initialize the text over here. This in turn is going to say total income dot to fixed of 2. Let's pass on the style for this particular income. I'm going to say font size of 10. It's going to be super small, and I'm going to have a color of this color code, that is 0578EB. And furthermore I'm going to say text align of left, and I'm going to say margin left of 2, and font weight is going to be 500. Similarly I'm going to pass on the same conditions for the remaining ones. So I'm going to say let's copy down the entire thing over here. So here I'm going to say total expense is greater than 0, then in that case it's going to be total expense over here as well. And for the view I'm going to give some styling, that is margin top of auto, so it comes to the bottommost part, and then margin bottom of 5. Alright, so furthermore we need to pass on this final condition for your total savings, right? So let's pass it over here. So here I'm going to say const total savings greater than 0, then only we're going to show this. It's going to be total savings dot to fixed. Let's make the change for the color. This is going to be in black color. Let's format once. So here we need to make the change for the color. Total expense, it's going to be EB6 and then 105. Let's format once, and let's pass on the style for each of the boxes. That is for the pressable over here. So style initially, again this is going to have an array of styles. So first one, width is going to be your box width. Furthermore, height of 90 for each of the box, and I'm going to say margin of 4. Furthermore, your border radius of 4, and I'm going to have your background color of white. Okay, so and as you can see we have different color for different boxes if at all it's Sunday and if at all it is Saturday. Let's make the change for that. If at all it is today, then and let's write that correctly. Background color is going to be this color code, that is B6F and then 0B8. Okay, similarly if is Sunday is true, I'm going to say and background color, it's going to be FF E5 and then E5, and we're going to say is Saturday is true and background color is going to be this one, that is hashtag E5F1 and then FF. Let's format once and let's pass on the final style for this particular text that contains your date. I'm going to say font size of 12 and I'm going to say font weight of let's say 500. Okay, and I'm going to give it a text align of center. Furthermore, I'm going to check the color. I'm going to say if is Sunday is true question mark, then it's going to be this color code, that is DB 78 and then 4B. Else I'm going to check the condition that if at all it is Saturday, this condition also is there, then apply question mark, then it's going to be this color code, that is hashtag 4E 91 and then DE, else it's going to remain black itself. Okay, then apart from that I'm going to provide some margin left of 2 as well. I'm going to say margin left of 2. Yeah, so that's it. So this was the entire design for your entire pressable. Let's try to save the file. So let's come to calendar over here. Okay, so we do have an error, cannot read property filter of undefined. Okay, let's look into that. I think that is there over here. Okay, so I think probably it might error out because I've not passed in another condition, that is if at all it's not present, we're going to initialize an empty array. Let's save the file. So there you go, that worked absolutely fine. So if this is not valid, we're going to initialize it as an empty array over here so it doesn't break out. So as you can see, it's working absolutely fine. We have added previously the expense as well as the income for 1st of February, that is for Saturday, and all of the details are being shown correctly fine. That is for each of the things. There is your total income for that particular day, your total expense for that particular day, and then the total amount remaining for that particular day. So the same thing is happening over here as well. That is for your 3rd of February, we even added that. Okay, even that is showing correctly fine. So yeah, this part is working absolutely fine, which is good. Okay, so now the next step is, once you press on this, we need to show that model, that is some design that is showing each of the expenses over here, as you saw in the demo part of the video. So now we're gonna initialize that. So we're gonna initialize a on press event on your pressable that's present. So let's do that over here. I'm going to say on press, taking a function. Here I'm going to say set open model, and this is going to take in your item as well as your day expenses as well as your total income as well as your total expense. So let's initialize your condition, that is set open model. So initially let's initialize the model state. I'm going to say const model visible comma set model visible is going to be equals to use state, initially pointing to be false. Okay, let's define the function, that is open model. I'm going to say const set open model is going to be equals to an arrow function. Here it's going to take in a bunch of items, that is whatever we have passed, item, day expenses, total income, total expense. Here I'm going to say set your current date to be of your item, then your day expenses and total income as well as your total expense. Okay, apart from that, I'm just going to say set model visible to be of your opposite of model visible. If it's true, make it false. If it's false, make it true. Okay, let's format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, I think I made a mistake over here. This should be current data, not current date. We need to initialize a state. For that, I'm going to say const current data comma set current data is going to be equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to null. Here I'm going to say set current data. All right, let's try to save the file and let's start designing the design for your bottom model. So let's scroll completely down, and then let's say over here I'm going to have my bottom model. So basically this in turn is going to have a bunch of options. So let me just pass that over here. So initially your swipe direction is going to be up to down, and then swipe threshold is going to be 200. Model animation is going to be equals to your new slide animation, and visible is going to be model visible. If and only if your model visible is true, then only your model is going to be shown. And on touch outside, we're going to close the model. So I'm going to say set model visible to be of opposite of your model visible. And again, I'm going to say on hardware back press, your set model visible is going to be your opposite of model visible. So let's scroll at the top and then define all of these three things. That is import these three things. That is bottom model, slide animation, as well as your model content. Let's scroll down, and here within this I'm going to initialize my model content. So here I'm going to pass in the style. I'm going to say style over here. This in turn is going to have a width of 100% and a height of 450. Save the file. Let's try to press on any one of them. Oh, React Native models cannot be found. Okay, that's weird. I thought I had installed it. React Native models. Okay, it's not installed. Let's install it. Here I'm going to say yarn add React Native models. Let's press on enter. Okay, this is done. Let's try to import the model portal inside of your main app.js, that is over here. Let's make use of the fragments over here. Save the file. Let's give this a try. As you can see, now we're able to see the model being shown for the particular date. So let's come back over here and let's start styling it out. Initially, I'm going to have a view being initialized. Within this, I'm going to have another view being shown. So here I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have another view. All right. So this in turn is going to show basically your day. So for that, I'm going to go to the top and then initialize all of these conditions. That is day, month, and then the year name. So here I'm going to say const day is going to be equals to your moment, and this in turn is going to take in your current date dot apply your item dot your date dot format of your day. That's how we're going to format it. This is basically going to give you in this format. Let's say 10, and here I'm going to say const month year is going to be equals to your moment of your current date dot your item dot your date dot apply a format method, and this in turn is going to format it into this particular value. Finally, your year, I'm going to say const, not year, your day name. I'm going to say const day name is going to be equals to your moment, and this in turn is going to say current data dot your item dot your date dot format of your day. I think I made a mistake again. There should be data itself, not date. So make that change. Let's scroll down, and then I'm just going to initialize the condition or the design for this initially. So let me just paste that over here. All right, let's try to save the file. So there you go. Automatically we're able to see that design being shown onto the screen. Let's format once and let's go through the design one by one. So initially we're going to have a view, and within that view we're going to have one more view, and for that, so initially we're going to have an outermost view. Within that we're going to have another view, inner view, and furthermore we're going to have one more nested view. Within that we're going to have the text which shows the day. As you can see, we are showing 28th, that is being correctly shown. Okay, and because I've pressed on 28th, we are going to show 28th over here. Okay, and below that we're going to have your text which is going to show your day name. that is basically your Tuesday, and above that we're going to show your month here, and towards the right hand side we're going to show your current data, and towards your right hand side we're going to show your current data dot your total income, which is 0 for that particular month. Let's say I'm going to press on 1st of February, it's going to show up that particular value, that's current data dot total income dot to fixed, and towards the right hand side current data dot total expense dot to fixed. That's showing correctly fine. Let's minimize this now. Below this I'm going to write my design for the next part, that is to show all of the data. I'm going to say if my current data dot my day expenses dot length is greater than 0, question mark, then here we're going to show some design, else we're going to show some other design. Here I'm going to initialize my view. This view in turn is going to have your design. I'm going to say current data dot day expenses. Let's pass on some view over here, otherwise it's going to error out. Okay, so here I'm going to say current data dot day expenses dot length is greater than 0, question mark. Then in this case I'm just going to render a view. Okay, I think I made a mistake over here. Already we have written the condition, I'm just going to map over it. I'm going to say current data dot day expenses dot length dot map. Okay, for each item as well as your index over here, I'm just going to show a view, and this view in turn is going to have your text which shows your item dot category. Save the file. Okay, I think I made a mistake. I'm checking the length over here, that's the issue. Save. So there you go, we're able to see that being shown correctly fine, which is good. Below that I'm going to have another view that is below your text, that is going to show your amount and the note. So this view in turn is going to have a text which shows your item dot account, and below this I'm going to check if at all my item dot note is present. I'm going to say item dot note and initialize a text with item dot note. Save the file. So there you go, that's working absolutely fine. And below that we're going to have your design for the amount to be shown. I'm going to say text over here. This in turn is going to say number of item dot amount dot to fixed of, let's say, 2. Save. As you can see, that's looking absolutely fine. Let's start giving the design for the outermost view, that's over here. This in turn is going to have a margin top of 18. Save. And let's pass on the style for the category or for the view initially. I think I forgot to add one more view. Let's add that over here, and within that all of this is going to come, I guess. Let's format. So this is going to come, this style of margin top which is 18 is going to show up for the top view. Save. And let's pass on the style for this. Flex of row, align items of, let's say, center, as well as a gap of 30. Okay, that's looking fine. Let's pass on the style for your category part. I'm going to say style over here, font size of, let's say, 13, and then color of gray, and min width of 70. Save. As you can see, that's looking fine. So for this particular view I'm going to give it a flex of 1 so that the amount part goes towards the rightmost part, so it gets pushed towards the rightmost part. So I'm going to say style and then flex of 1. As you can see, that's looking cool. And for the text I'm going to pass the styling, font size of 14, and then color of gray. Yep, that's looking fine. And for the note also I'm going to pass on the similar styling, and I'm going to give it a margin top as well, so margin top of 3. So yes, that's looking nice. And now for the text, I'm going to pass on the styling. I'm going to say style over here. This in turn is going to check the color. I'm going to say if my item dot type is going to be equals to expense, then in this case I'm going to pass on this color code, that is EB6 and then 105. Else I'm going to pass on this color code, that is 057 and then 8EB. Save the file. As you can see, for expense, orange color; for your income, it's going to be blue color. Also make sure to add a rupee symbol before this so that it looks even more better. Save the file. Now let's look into the design of the next part, that is if at all there is no income or data for that particular day. Your initialize image, I'm just going to get the link for the image, paste in the image over here. Make sure to import image from React Native. Save the file. Let's go on to any other day which doesn't contain that. So as you can see, we have the data being shown. So you can actually add any kind of your own image that is present from the net. So here I'm going to pass in the text which says no data is available. So let's format once and let's try to save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. Let's pass in the style for this. Initially justify of center, so it comes to the center part of the screen. And I'm going to say align items of center. Furthermore, margin top of 80. As you can see, that's looking cool. And for this, I'm going to pass on the style. Initially your text align of center. Apart from that, color of gray, margin top of 10. As you can see, that's looking cool. So this is your entire design for your calendar part. Now the calendar part, that is for your model part within the calendar design. Okay, so yeah, we have completed designing the entire application. So there is nothing in month as well as your description. In summary, there is just one design. I'm just going to pass on the style for that. There is just your hard-coded design itself. So let's say just below this, I'm going to pass on the condition for this. You can go through it. This is basically your hard-coded value itself. That is just for the UI design. So you can just start going through the condition for the summary. So as you can see, this is your design for the summary part. You can just start going through the initial part of the summary design from the start to the bottom part. So yes, that's it about this particular video as well as this particular project. So where we built a simple kind of expense tracker or a budget tracker application where we had to calculate the expense for each month and we need to show it onto the application. So this was a kind of mini project, I would say, compared to the videos we usually do, which is about 9 to 10 hours. This is a kind of shorter video itself. So hope you found this video interesting and useful. If you found this video interesting, please do hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's see you in the next project, and then thank you for watching.